Well, welcome to Dweller of the Dark. Double check everything out before we get kicked off. Welcome to Dweller of the Dark. Uh, we got the studio stuff on. Let's see, this is working as well. All right, max application data. All right, guys, looks like we're up and running. All right, if anybody has any trouble here, just go ahead and put it on chat. Just let me know in the chat. We'll go ahead and get started. Uh, this is the first for us. Normally, we do as those followers of the channel know, we usually do a video narration, and I usually go through and I talk about. I did a full read with some kind of animation, but we had, obviously with everything changing and with YouTube and well, all the stuff going on lately, with the AI, we decided to start doing more visual and more actual engagement with the audience, which we started this. We did this about 2 weeks ago, and we're having a lot of positive feedback from it. So we decided to go ahead and do this on YouTube after we got a chance to with everything. Uh, but yeah, so what the purpose of what we're doing is to go ahead and start. The reason that's the channel exists in the first place, well, Wicked Wizards is resurrecting the yellowed and blackened bones of many prominent authors. We'll be talking about several authors in horror, science fiction, fantasy, western, and beyond. And each week we'll try and discuss more about the authors and keep it author focused, author centered, as well as we'll be discussing other events that are in relation to horror and the direction things are going. Uh, I guess I'll kick the first update off before I start reading. Uh, I just got my letter back from R.J. Joseph yesterday. Well, my not letter, but I'd already sent a packet to them that well, I wasn't. I'm usually one that doesn't get involved in the actual activities of an organization if I'm working for it. I like to stay, you know, behind the scenes and try to get things implemented. Let people know that I'll help consult in a direction that's going to be, optimal for success of the organization, as I've done in the past. Uh, without the mask is off anyway. Yeah, I worked for several different organizations, and I would work behind the scenes helping to orchestrate and implement systems. And I guess I was taken back the other day with the president of the Horror Writers Association sending out a visual uh, letter rather than a type one to all the members about the current conditions going on within the organization. And shockingly, I knew that people had applied for the presidency, but for whatever reason, they weren't. They they pulled out. So there was nobody. It was a precedent for the first time in the history of the organization. Horror Writers Association has been around since 1986 when Joe Lansdale, Robert McCammon, and Dean Kuntz got involved and set up this wonderful organization to help writers who were struggling and also to help promote new writers coming up and to create a positive institution for to help literature. And this has been done with the Science Fiction Writers Association with Howe. Howe was the original version of HWA, and quite shocking to me that they had shot that nobody was going to go for president this year, and basically the institution without leadership. Very, I was aghast, to be honest with you. But so we sent a letter to him, outlined some stuff that needs to be done. Without going into too many details, I could talk all day about where the direction it needs to be focused. And heard back from him yesterday, so it's before the committee, and now they'll decide. They'll put the right person in for the job. I did this mainly to get the others to get off their behinds and quit this foolishness and get back to what's important: horror writing, not all the other bells and whistles. So as of right now, let's go ahead and do what we do, get into horror ready. You'll see on the screen there's three books up there, three novels. I've written all three of them, and I probably talked at length in some of them, and I've narrated some of the chapters for uh, Helen. I haven't done that with King of the Gargoyles because it's its own thing, and I wanted to make it a surprise. It's releasing at the end of the month. Giant Island of the Giant Snail has done well. It's creeping up, and in fact, I got to bring a copy to I got to get a copy over to the Woods of Terror people. Thank you for that. Here's a shout out to you guys. Thank you, Bone Daddy and the Googles for all your for support and sending out the guest invitation was man that was a an honor. It's like being a kid again, reading a horror comic book or watching a scary movie when you get something like that. And yeah, I didn't get a chance to meet with D and them, but the plan at D Snyder from Twisted Sister, I wanted to meet with them as well. The 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 plan going forward will be to send y'all a signed copy of the book dedicated to your Island of the Giant Snail. In fact, I just was letting the ribbon them mortuary yesterday, another haunted house attraction that's down in New Orleans, about you guys reaching out to me like that. So great, forever thankful. Another mention before I start reading, that Stephen Sinclair, his partner, they have a podcast. Uh, Let me see what the name of it is before I don't want to murder the names. I'll never hear the end of it from Stephen. Oh my God. Let's see. I'm going to put it down. Like I said, guys, this is going to be a lot more relaxed and not as well, me being as gruesome. Yeah, it's called the Double NS Archive. Uh, Him and his partner Naya. Naya's got her own channel on there. She does a lot of this stuff, but Steven puts a lot of his work all over to lots of different, like Book of File and a lot of different writers. He's prolific and he's done a really good job with his last one. I just read the Lion at the Turn of the Tide on the other channels. And a lot of people responded well to it. Lovecraftian. Who's not going to love a Lovecraftian historical piece set during the time of Alexander the Great? I mean, it's a great use of history and horror. But yeah, Jared, shout out to y'all as well. And then normally I'd say, well, well, I'm gonna rip somebody right now that I've been watching for a few years. Uh, yeah, we're not at the rustic Von Crypt here, Michael K. Vaughn. We're over here at the Appalachian Crypt. We do things a little differently, but yeah, his comedic timing's been pretty good through the years, and his love of Robert E. Howard's the only reason I watched him. He knows a lot of he's gotten a lot of books from the Robert E. Howard Foundation, and he's done a great job with that. And Randy Ray, the Literate Texan, thank you for the shout out this year for the 26 to watch in 2026. I was kind of taken aback by it. I was shocked a little bit, to be honest, because we have a moderately small channel and all of that. It's a book channel, and booktubers, as a rule, won't get the views that say somebody doing pastiche stuff. So appreciate that as well, Randy Ray, and let's see who else. That's yeah, obviously HWA for their years of support and moving up in the organization. I had to say a thank you to y'all as well. Uh, Tough times with all this AI stuff. Like I said in the letter to HWA, if anybody's going to know and understand the enemy, and it is, to make no bones about it, all this playing around with this stuff. I'm telling you now, this stuff is taking everything that it can, and it's not giving back in it 1 inch. So to go from a percentage rate of 98% with a freelance ghostwriting thing, like I was doing, and hitting some serious literary success, and then all of a sudden have it wiped out when the company decided to pivot toward AI. And before you know it, I couldn't even get a book blurb job for $20. That infuriated me. But there's if you want to know how many, I can't even begin to count how many thousands of books that I had to look through each year that are written by idiots using AI that they have no clue what they're doing. I can tell you right now how many books got rejected that were last year by HWA were in the thousands. And then people coming to me to try to get a book written, and they brought me this garbage that was written. You could it double printed and it put 14 different concepts in one paragraph without any thought of outline or anything. I could anybody that knows anything about literature or writing can read that easily. So it's definitely definitely a system that you don't want to have to tangle with. I mean, I whooped it for a while. I mean, every time I would get a writing job, we would, like I told several people in the writing, people that I hope to get on the show one day that I talk to on a regular basis. Uh, I whooped them, but in the end, the corporate saw that I was taking their profit margin, so they ran a hack. So they basically pushed my freaking channel, my freelancing business out. So now they want to come back, and it's like I told them to go to hell. I have a diplomatic way of saying things sometimes to people, not always for the good. Oh wow, got everybody coming in right now. Streamlabs wants to get in. No, thank you. Keep your Streamlabs. I need to be added as a moderator in order to remove message. Perform this action. You can do this by clicking on my name. How about hell no? This ain't a play. Yeah, yeah. How about Streamlabs? You go to hell. Yeah, we're getting a couple of people on the chat right now that yeah. Stephen, yeah, thanks for your support through the years. So let's go ahead and get to the reading, guys. A few years ago, uh, I really started leaning into this particular writer. He's he's a beast. He's been in a well, they made him they made him the president of the horror of the not just the horror, but they made him the president of the Mystery Writers of America. Actually, I think he set up the Mystery Writers of America. His claim to fame is the book Psycho. Robert Bloch is the writer, but he's more than that. That he could write anything. He's one of those guys that just could come in and understood the nature of what he needed to do and how to do it. Much in the vein of writers that he was associated with, because he was one of the original members in the Lovecraft Circle, along with Henry Kuttner, C.L. Moore, and uh, uh, a couple of and many more during what I call the golden age of horror. Uh, Basically during the 19 well, any time from the 1800s on up into the 1950s, and then it seems like after 1950 it just dropped off, in my opinion. But I could be wrong. There have been some good movies, but when you go back and you look at these guys and you read what they got, you see where the more modern writers, and I'm gonna go ahead and level it right now. Stephen King was one of them. He read all those pulps back in the day. He read all these different horror magazines, and he picked up a lot of his stuff from these guys. A lot of his nuances and the way he writes horror. Of course, Sting's got Sting, man, not Sting. Stephen King's got he has a way of being able to pull things out and bring it and make it feel more realistic and more modern, and he does that exceptionally well. He's got it. Also, he has well, and one of the reasons that he appeals, his early stuff appealed to me. Some of the recent stuff, he still got it when he wants to. You can tell he's when you're sitting on a $500 million corporation, you have a tendency not have to throttle back like you did when you were first coming up. Uh, but people talk about the number of books that Stephen King wrote. He's written over 60 books. And these guys back in the day were writing 160 books. In fact, I know a guy right off the top of my head, Louis L'Amour, a Western writer. You tell him 60 books, he'll laugh at you. That Western writer back in his heyday, they don't even know how many books. He got over to 200 books. 180 of them were published. So, and they're great novels too. That's it. That's one of the things that I got to give King credit for. Is Stephen King tells people to read out, not just reading your genre, read outside of it because you're going to pick up stuff. And the same thing happened with these writers. They had to write other stuff in order to pay the bills, and they had to write at a prolific rate. In fact, I made a mention not too long ago in an interview with Alex Grass that we had on the channel about how much they had to write and put out. So, but without further ado, let's go ahead and let's go to Robert Bloch's one of his earliest stories. It's a it's a tale about, well, it was his early attempts. He idolized Howard Phillips Lovecraft, and Lovecraft, as we all know, was the father of cosmic horror. But Lovecraft was a lot more to him too. Let's go ahead and get to that right now. All right, this thing here. Let's see if we can do. Well, let me do like I want to do. No, yeah, I can see already with me and this thing here gonna. Yeah, I'm used to being able to move stuff around a lot more easily and readily. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and go with it like this. Well, uh, I'm already seeing a thing with it, but anyway, we're gonna we'll work through it. So this is the control panel. All right, guys. So what happens when I drop this down? Where's my chat? Right. Oh, okay. I see something's going on with the thing already. Yeah, pardon me, guys. I'm using the system's a little different. It's got a it doesn't allow me to do certain things. I normally I would be pressing media and we get a little bit more music and that kind of stuff going on. My chat going too. Hmm. Well, there you have it. So the chat got knocked out the minute I did the move around here. Oh well, that's pretty wild. Let me look at the chat stuff. You mean I'm making sure y'all are still in there. Okay, that's in there. That's in there. That's in there. Audio captures in there. Hmm. So docs. The chat got taken out. Yeah, there it is. Ah, I don't know why that happened. Yeah, I had to warn this person. This person's done this to me before. This Streamlabs person, they tried this stuff on Twitch where they try to tell my readers that they're talking too much. They want to be added as a moderator, and I said, no way in hell you're gonna be added as a moderator. So they're pretending to be something they're not, and then they're trying to push in, and I keep telling them, uh, and I won't let them in. So there's that. But yeah, people that want to chat, and I don't care how long it is. If you need to talk, you talk. This clown right here isn't getting in on this. I don't, yeah, I need to be added as a moderator in order to remove messages and perform this action. No, you need to get out of here so you can go away. All right. All right, guys, let's get back to what we were doing. Let's do some reading. Let's see. Can get this thing to come over. Oh, yeah, there you go. All right. Gotta just gotta move things around a little bit, learning. All right, let's do this. The first thing, here we go. The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. It's a weird tale story that was first published in 1935, May of 1935. And the story, well, let's let the story speak for itself. I could do all the captions I want, but we'll type this in the chat too as well. Oh well, anyway. The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. All right, double check everything. All right, cool. The Secret in the Tomb by Robert Bloch. The wind howled strangely over a midnight tomb. The moon hung like a golden bat over ancient graves, glaring through the wan mist with its baleful nyctaloptic eye. Terrors, not of the flesh, might lurk among cedar-shrouded sepulchres, or creep unseen amid shadowed cenotaphs, for this was unhallowed ground. But tombs hold strange secrets, and there are mysteries blacker than the night, and more leprous than the moon. And what more do you want in a writer? If you're a horror writer, you watch this guy. It was in search of such a secret that I came alone and unseen to my ancestral vault at midnight. My people had been sorcerers and wizards in the olden days, so lay apart from the resting place of other men, here in this moldering mausoleum in a forgotten spot, surrounded only by the graves of those who had been their servants. Not all the servants lay here, for there are those who do not die. On through the mist I pressed to where the crumbling sepulchre loomed among the brooding trees. The wind rose to torrential violence as I trod the obscure pathway to the vaulted entrance, extinguishing my lantern with malefic fury. On the moon remained to light my way in a luminance unholy, and thus I reached the nitrous, fungus-bearded portals of the family vault. Here the moon shone upon a door that was not like other doors, a single massive slab of iron, embedded in monumental walls of granite. Upon its outer surface was neither handle, lock, nor keyhole, but the whole was covered with carvings portentous of alluring, evil cryptic symbols whose allegorical significance filled my soul with a deeper loathing than mere words can impart. There are things that are not good to look upon, and I did not care to dwell too much in thought on the possible genesis of a mind whose knowledge could create such horrors in concrete form. So in blind and trembling haste, I chanted the obscure litany and performed the necessary obeisances demanded in the ritual I had learned. And at their conclusion, the cyclopean portal swung open. Within was darkness, deep, funeral, ancient, yet somehow uncannily alive. It held a pulsing adumbration, a suggestion of muted yet purposeful rhythm, and overshadowing all, an air of black, impinging revelation. The simultaneous effect upon my consciousness was one of those reactions misnamed intuitions. I sensed that shadows no queer secrets, and there are some skulls that have reason to grin. Brilliant. Yet I must go into the tomb of my forebears tonight. The last of all our line would meet the first, for I was the last. Jeremy Strange had been the first. He who fled from the Orient to seek refuge in centuried Eldertown, bringing with him the loot of many tombs and a secret forever nameless. It was he who had built his sepulchre in the twilight woods where the witch lights gleam, and here he had interred his own remains, shunned in death as he had been in life. But buried with him was a secret, and it was this that I had come to seek. Nor was I first in so seeking, for my father and his father before me, indeed, the eldest of each generation back to the days of Jeremy Strange himself, had likewise sought that which was so maddeningly described in the wizard's diary, the secret of eternal life after death. You see where it was getting vampiric right here. The musty, yellow tone had been handed down to the elder son of each successive generation, and likewise, so it seemed, the dread, atavistic craving for black and accursed knowledge, the thirst for which, coupled with the damnably explicit hints set forth in the warlock's record, had sent every one of my paternal ancestors so bequeathed to final rendezvous in the night, to seek their heritage within the tomb. What they found, none could say, for none had ever returned. Right here, he's building up dread. He's getting the intuition. He's getting all the instinctual apprehensions pushed out. Block was a very psychological writer. So when he talked and when he brought stuff, a lot of times he was looking at the effect it would have on a person's mind when he was writing. You know, like, very effective. I mean, if you're going to write horror, you better know psychology. You better know the human condition and understand human human frailty more than anything. It was, of course, a family secret. The tomb was never mentioned. It had indeed been virtually forgotten with the passage of years, that had likewise eradicated many of the old legends and fantastic accusations about the first strange that had once been common property in the village. The family, too, had been mercifully spared all knowledge of the curse-ridden inn to which so many of its men had come. Their secret delvings into black arts, the history, the hidden library of antique lore, and demonological formulae brought by Jeremy from the East, the diary and its secret, all were undreamt of save by the eldest sons. The rest of the line prospered. There had been sea captains, soldiers, merchants, statesmen. Fortunes were won. Many departed from the old mansion on the Cape, so that in my father's time he had lived there alone with servants and myself. My mother died at my birth, and it was a lonely youth I spent in the great brown house, with a father half crazed by the tragedy of my mother's end, and shadowed by the monstrous secret of our line. It was he who initiated me into the mysteries and arcana to be found amid the shuddering speculations of such blasphemies as the Necronomicon, the Book of Ibn, the Kabbalah of Saboth, and the pinnacle of literary madness, Ludwig Prinz, Mysteries of the Worm. There were grim treatises on anthropomancy, necrology, lycanthropical and vampiristic spells and charms, witchcraft, and long, rambling screeds in Arabic, Sanskrit, and prehistoric ideography on which lay the dust of centuries. The one reason I kind of paused a little bit on Mysteries of the Worm, that's the Vermes Mysteries. That was Robert Bloch's contribution to the Lovecraft Cthulhu mythos. He, like I said before, he was one of the Lovecraft circles. So it's not. In fact, they were great friends. These two guys. All these he gave me and more. There were times when he would whisper strange stories about voyages he had taken in his youth of islands in the sea, and queer survival spawning dreams beneath Arctic ice. And one night he told me of the legend and the tomb in the forest, and together we turned the worm-riddled pages of the iron-bound diary that was hidden in the panel above the chimney corner. I was very young, but not too young, to know certain things, and as I swore to keep the secret, as so many had sworn before me, I had a queer feeling that the time had come for Jeremy to claim his own. For in my father's somber eyes was the same light of dreadful thirst for the unknown, curiosity, and an inward urge that had glowed in the eyes of all the others before him. previous to the time they had announced their intention of going on a trip or joining up or attending to a business matter. Most of them had waited till their children were grown or their wives had passed on. But whenever they had left, and whatever their excuse, they had never returned. And the stakes are being set. You can see how he's so efficient in his the way Robert Block was. He's efficient in the way he's doing his crafting. He's building the tension. He's giving you just enough, but he's not over. He's not over. Saturating you. I see too much in these modern writers where they don't put they don't put enough into the build up, or they put nothing into the build up and then expect it. In fact, without saying the name of a writer, but a great writer and a great critic of writing and passionate about horror, brought up a writer who's trying to establish themselves, but it's obvious they're not ready yet. They have to work on getting their craft home. But one of the things missing was the depth of the characters. They were just put as plot points in this particular book instead of being fleshed out, and having sub arcs and side arcs and all of that. It was great to have 5 points of view. That's, you want to bring 5 points of view in your book, show how you can write. That's great. But if you don't have a cohesive plot and have stuff in there to bring interest, people are just going to check out. Two days later, my father disappeared. After leaving word with the servants that he was spending the week in Boston, before the month was out, there was the usual investigation and the usual failure. A will was discovered among my father's papers, leaving me as sole heir. But the books and the diary were secure in the secret rooms and panels, known now to me alone. Life went on. I did the usual things in the usual way, attended university, traveled and returned at last to the house on the hill alone. But with me I carried a mighty determination. I alone could thwart that curse. I alone could grasp the secret that had cost the lives of 7 generations, and I alone must do so. The world had naught to offer one who had spent his youth in the study of the mocking truths that lie beyond the outward beauties of a purposeless existence. And I was not afraid. I dismissed the servants, ceased communication with distant relatives and a few close friends, and spent my days in the hidden chambers amid the elder lore, seeking a solution or a spell of such potency as would serve to dispel forever the mystery of the tomb. Man, the guy. This is why I keep reading the classics. 100 times I read and reread that hoary script, the diary whose fiend pen promise had driven men to doom. I searched amid the satanic spells and Kabbalistic incantations of 1,000 forgotten necromancers, delved into pages of impassioned prophecy, burrowed into secret legendary lore, whose written thoughts writhed through me like serpents from the pit. It was in vain. All I could learn was the ceremony by which access could be obtained to the tomb in the wood. 3 months of study had worn me to a wraith and filled my brain with the diabolic shadows of charnel-spawned knowledge. But that was all. And then, as if in mockery of madness, there had come the call this very night. I had been seated in the study pondering upon a maggot-eaten volume of Heracarchus's Occultus, real book, when without warning I felt a tremendous urge keening through my weary brain. It beckoned and allured with unutterable promise, like the mating cry of the Lamia of old. Yet at the same time it held an inexorable power whose potence could not be defied or denied. The inevitable was at hand. I had been summoned to the tomb. I must follow the beguiling voice of inner consciousness. That was the invitation and the promise. It sounded my soul like the ultra-rhythmic piping of trans-cosmic music. So I had come, alone and weaponless, to the lonely woods and to that wherein I would meet my destiny. The moon rose redly over the manor as I left, but I did not look back. I saw its reflection in the waters of the brook that crept between the trees, and in its light the water was as blood. Then the fog rose silently from the swamp, and a yellow ghostlight rode the sky, beckoning me on from behind the black and bloated trees whose branches swept by. A dismal wind pointed silently toward the distant tomb. Roots and creepers impeded my feet. Vines and brambles restrained my body. But in my ear thundered a chorus of urgency that cannot be described and which could not be delayed by nature or by man. Now, as I hesitated upon the doorstep, a million idiot voices gibbered an invitation to enter that mortal mind could not withstand. Through my brain resounded the horror of my heritage, the insatiable craving to know the forbidden, to mingle and become one with it. A paean of hellborn music crescendoed in my ears, and earth was blotted out in a mad urge that engulfed all being. I paused no longer than the threshold. I went in where the smell of death filled the darkness that was like the sun over Yugath. The door closed, and then came what? I do not know. I only realized that suddenly I could see and feel and hear, despite darkness and darkness, uh, despite darkness and dankness and silence. Kind of a weird selection of words there, but it's effective. It's got an incantation kind of feel to it. He's describing sorcerer magic, so yeah, it would make sense he's going to write this like a sorcerer. I was in the tomb. Its monumental walls and lofty ceiling were black and bare, lichened by the passage of centuries. In the center of the mausoleum stood a single slab of black marble. Upon it rested a gilded coffin, set with strange symbols and covered by the dust of ages. I knew instinctively that it must contain, and the knowledge did not serve to put me at ease. I glanced at the floor, then I wished I hadn't. Upon a debris strewn base, beneath the slab lay a ghastly, disarticulated group of mortuary remains, half fleshed cadavers and desiccated skeletons. When I thought of my fathers and the others, I was possessed of a sickening dismay. They too had sought and they had failed, and now I had come alone to find that which had brought them to an end unholy and unknown. The secret. The secret in the tomb. Mad eagerness filled my soul. I too would know. I must. As in a dream, I swayed to the gilded coffin. A moment I tottered above it. Then, with a strength born of delirium, I tore away the paneling and lifted the gilded lid. And then I knew it was no dream. For dreams cannot approach the ultimate horror. That was the creature lying within the coffin. That creature with eyes like a midnight demon's and a face of loathsome delirium that was like the death mask of a devil. It was smiling too, as it lay there, and my soul shrieked in the tortured realization that it was alive. Then I knew it all, the secret, and the penalty paid by those who sought it, and I was ready for death. But horrors had not ceased, for even as I gazed, it spoke in a voice like the hissing of a black slug. And there within the nighty gloom, it whispered the secret, staring at me with ageless, deathless eyes, so that I should not go mad before I heard the whole of it. All was revealed, the secret crypts of blackest nightmare, where the tombspawn dwell, and of a price whereby a man may become one with the ghouls, living after death as a devourer in darkness. Such a thing had it become, and from this shunned accursed tomb had sent the call to the descending generations, that when they came, there might be a ghastly feast whereby it might continue a dread eternal life. I, it breathed, could be the next to die. And in my heart, I knew that it was so. I could not avert my eyes from its accursed gaze, nor free my soul from its hypnotic bondage. The thing on the bier cackled with unholy laughter. My blood froze, for I saw two long, lean arms, like the rotted limbs of a corpse, steal slowly toward my fear-constricted throat. The monster sat up, and even in the clutches of my horror, I realized that there was a dim and awful resemblance between the creature in the coffin and a certain ancient portrait back in the hall. But this was a transfigured reality. Jeremy the man had become Jeremy the goat, and I knew that it would do no good to resist. Two claws, cold as flames of icy hell, fastened around my throat. Two eyes bored like maggots through my frenzied being. A laughter born of madness alone cachinnated in my ears like the thunder of doom. The bony fingers tore at my eyes and nostrils, held me helpless while yellow fangs clamped nearer and nearer to my throat. The world spun, wrapped in a mist of fiery death. Suddenly, the spell broke. I wrenched my eyes away from that slavering, evil face, and instantly, like a cataclysmic flash of light, came realization. This creature's power was purely mental. By that alone were my ill-fated kinsmen drawn here, and by that alone were they overcome. But once one were free from the strength of the monster's awful. But God, was I going to be the victim of a crumbled mummy? My right arm swung up, striking hard between the eyes. There was a sickening crunch. Then dead flesh yielded before my hand as I seized the now faceless lich in my arms and cast it into fragments upon the bone-covered floor. Streaming with perspiration and mumbling in hysteria and terrible revulsion, I saw the moldy fragments move, even in a second death. A severed hand crawled across the flagging upon musty, shredded fingers. A leg began to roll with the animation of grotesque, unholy life. With a shriek, I cast a lighted match upon that loathsome corpse, and I was still shrieking as I clawed open the portals and rushed out of the tomb and into the world of sanity, leaving behind me a smoldering fire from whose charred heart a terrible voice still faintly moaned its tortured requiem to that which had once been Jeremy Strange. Pretty cool name, too, if you think about it. Did it influence Doctor Strange? They lifted a lot. The comic books of now and the comic characters lifted a lot from these guys, too, especially the horror guys. The tomb is raised now, and with it, the forest graves and all the hidden chambers and manuscripts that serve as a reminder of ghoul-ridden memories that can never be forgot. For earth hides a madness and dreams a hideous reality, and monstrous things abide in the shadows of death, lurking and waiting to seize the souls of those who meddle with forbidden things. And that's Robert Bloch's The Secret in the Tomb. Definitely a great classic story. You can see his writing at this time was influenced heavily by Lovecraft. All the word, the way, the prose, and the way it went about. Similar to when Ramsey Campbell started out, the great Ramsey Campbell, who just published his he just published his latest novel at the tender young age of 80. Congratulations, Ramsey Campbell. But Ramsey also was influenced heavily by Lovecraft in the early days. In fact, his first sales were in Weird Tales. So it's great to see a homage like this and the influence, the lasting influence. Lovecraft has a lot of flaws, but the way he wrote his poetic horror prose wasn't one of them. All right, folks. Like I said before, normally I try to play media, but it doesn't allow you to play a media. I'd play a video and all of that. Um, let's go ahead and see if I can. Let's find something. I'm going to find the next selection to talk about. Where are you? Yep, there you are. All right, guys. Come on. That's not what I wanted. There's a stream on. All right. We're live again. Hopefully the stream's still running. Okay. Something's going on. All right. Making sure. Just double checking everything, folks, to make sure everything's running. Okay. Let's keep going. Just making sure we're still live. Yeah, we're still live. All right. Almost an hour in, and we've gotten through our first story for the night. Let's see if I can get this other one to come up like I wanted. It's not working with me, of course. Oh, there it goes. All right. Now we're talking. All right. I can't read I can't read the full story, but I can have an analysis and I can do a review of this next author. And it's important to bring this author out and out to the masses because people are forgetting him. He's a great author. He's a great horror writer. He did classic work, but to protect him, his agents have gone aggressively against writers. And I saw it just the other day with a clown, a guy that's a hack as a writer, as a horror writer, and he's out bragging how he embarrassed and humiliated a fan who did not monetize his channel and had brought the work out and was reading the work of another author, but he thought he was going to be the gatekeeper and go ahead and destroy. Well, go ahead and he's threatening to sue this guy, and he was talking about he's going to tell, and this kid is just trying to read to people who can't read anymore, who have lost their vision and all that. And it's not so much okay. You shouldn't have, the writer, the narrator shouldn't have done that, right? It's wrong. He should have got permission. Let's just be honest. But it's if you're a writer with any kind of semblance of fame or have had some success, attacking a fan is the last thing you want to do if you want to keep your career. You let your agent handle the business of doing that. You don't directly go and tell everybody in the world because now you've not only lost the fan, the people that saw this know you're an asshole and you lost everybody. So good luck to you in the future. You'll be forgotten. You'll be forgotten by the end of next year and all of that. I've seen this too many times. If you're going to attack your fans, get ready. You just soon get ready because your career's over. You know. So instead of taking it as a moment, hey, having a conversation and discussing it and talking about it, and maybe even going on the show and interviewing the guy and elevating yourself because this person loves your work, and you could have had free promotion. You decided you wanted to cut their throat over a freaking dollar. So enjoy your freaking fame, jackass. I'm going to read some of it. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to explain it through through the paragraphs. It's a short work. It was the first work that I saw by Richard Matheson that told me where you can go with your writing. Richard Matheson was a mentor to Stephen King. Stephen King learned a lot from Richard Matheson about word efficiency. Did he listen to it? Probably not. As we all know, he gets clowned all the time about his exposition and writing too many words. But it probably stems from the fact that Matheson, who wrote I Am Legend, he wrote a terrifying novel where he based off of Aleister Crowley called Hell House. That these modern idiots today that are trying to go out and critique his book are missing a big point with that. Matheson got into your head and under your skin a lot of times. He understood psychology as well as Robert Bloch. He probably learned from Robert Bloch. In fact, I know he learned from Robert Bloch. Matheson's earliest work, his earliest work was, you can tell Robert Bloch's influence was in there, Lovecraft, all of them. But with Richard Matheson, the way he went in and he took each step and each stage as a real person, just like William Faulkner did and others. This guy right here, he gets blasted these days because of the time he was talking, and like a lot of these writers that are great writers that are getting shunned and thrown out, he was writing at a time when things were a lot different. It's a time capsule of what it was. But if they made you uncomfortable, if they made you disgusted, if they made you terrified for your life, if they unhinged and unedged and you still had it in your head after you read the book, they did their job. Now, whether you like the book is another thing. People, it's the horror is not gore. Horror is not blood and guts and all of that. Real horror is something that's going to linger with you after, and that's what happened here with him. I listened to some of these book critics, and they were talking about one of his more terrifying. The book was controversial even in the 70s, and that's. You've done something. If you made yourself controversial, everything goes in the 1970s. But he made the 70s and into the 80s. He was it. He was still bringing it out. Just to rattle a few things before before I read the story. Somewhere in Time or Bid Time Farewell. That the script and the book. He did it. Where Dreams May Come. Fantastic book. Movie, Matheson hated it, but I thought it was, to me, I didn't even know Matheson had written that. That's how far he could go into a different direction. The Twilight Zone episode, Nightmare at 30,000 feet, with the gargoyle out on or I call it a gargoyle, but who knows what it was, cloud monster out there on the plane. That one of the most terrifying, with William Shatner in the movie. That was Richard Matheson. I mean, there's a lot of Richard Matheson out there. A lot of the best Twilight Zone episodes were written by Richard Matheson. Let me drink a sip of coffee here, guys. So when I rave about this guy, and as good as Hell House is about unhinging, it's a book based on the seven deadly sins. It's been Dante Alighieri's Hell, his version of Hell, the Inferno. The house is not just a haunted house story. It breaks you. It twists you. It brings you into the psychology of what it would be like to have a house that literally can use the seven deadly sins as weapons to break a person down. Take your deepest psychological flaws, things you try to hide from others, and it amplifies and then destroys you. And that's what happened there. To me, he should have had a higher body count, but I mean, my book will. So let's go ahead and get to Richard Matheson. I think I've ranted enough about him. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna click this real quick. Yeah, I put this on, guys, at short notice. I wanted to get used to. I didn't think YouTube's been good to me as far as they made it. They made the monetization process so easy for me with the with music. I brought that on. I brought I write, I write for a living and narrate, but the music was a hobby, and the hobby's kicked up big time over here. And I got to thank YouTube for that personally for that. And that last album, Hell's Forge, is definitely throwing it. And many of the I went back and was looking at many of the other albums that so the first albums. You look at the albums just like you look at paintings. My first painting when I was younger compared to now, or my first digital rendering compared to now. You kind of, you want to wince, but at the same time, it's also like doing your first narration on YouTube. YouTube was the first, place that I started practicing narration and doing, well, what I'm doing now. All right. Let's see. If there's any questions or if y'all have anything y'all want to ask, go right ahead. Um, we have a lot, like I said, I didn't expect a big crowd to show up. I mean, I knew Steven was coming because he wanted to make sure I got that plug in for their channel. Which again, guys, let's think of some of the booktubers out there that have been crushing it that I watch that I recommend. Um, that wild man over there, Brian Lee Durfee. That dude, go watch him. He definitely knows books. Brian Lee Durfee's wrote an incredible novel to a fantasy novel, which he needs to write more of them. But he put a lot into that. He put his whole heart and soul into that book. A lot of people are praising his books. He's he's in the vein of Gene Wolfe, and he's not as narcissistic or misogynistic as George R. R. Martin, which Martin's a hell of a writer. I mean, call it. The Winds of Winter people are giving him a lot of trash for that, and they decline. I mean, I see they clown him all the time. But let me tell y'all something, guys. He's paid his dues then some. George R. R. Martin. Game of Thrones was a great series, and yeah, he should finish the series up, but at this point, I mean, really, he brought something into the world that people love, and what what uh what gets missed in translation is would you even know about Game of Thrones if he hadn't ever written it? Uh, yeah, he's got a realistic, dark view of things about it, but at the end of the day, he's written things that got published and he got paid and he got paid well for. And I mean, he hasn't taken a minute one to be able to he hadn't been able to to enjoy what the success. He's too tied up with the screenwriting, making sure his work gets put out properly because that's a big thing with movies. Uh, Ask some of these guys that just got their works put. Uh, Discussions and listening to some of the guys that, especially some of the more famous writers, I do keep in contact with some. I don't really bring that up too much because I mean it's not a big deal. Uh, but I say one guy I respect tremendously for his incredible tenacity and his ability to be an indie writer. He went traditional. He wrote an incredible book. He wrote The Ritual. Adam Neville. Shout out to you, man. And then he went and he's doing his own thing right now. Monumental is crushing it. He's doing it independently. He's doing it basically an independent press. I mean, he's bringing it. He's showing a lot of these guys there's a better way. You can go a different route. You don't have to be if you've been shut out of traditional, do it yourself, man. Do the marketing yourself. Do the publishing yourself. If you're frustrated, you've tried, your writing's better than half the hacks that are getting picked up. Do it yourself. Stay with it. I think Ann had mentioned that before. Rice, she said if she had not made it in, with her book, with the interview of the vampire, if she, because she was struggling before then as well, she would have published it herself and put it out herself, and that would have, she still would have been writing. It's just something about writing. You want to stay writing. People are going to write not because of fame and fortune will come if you work hard at it and you do it right, but it's not guaranteed. And even if you do get it, you may not even feel it because you're too busy in writing because that's what you wanted to do. All right, let's have a review and analysis, not a direct read
Richard Matheson's Graveyard Shift. I'm going to start with the opening. It's epistolatory, for starters, like in the same vein as Bram Stoker's Dracula. Dracula is not a straight-through novel. It's written from the perspective of different points of view in letters, which is what which was the big thing back then. Also, another guy that could write they don't talk about anything but Dracula with Stoker. Stoker was more than Dracula. But same thing with Matheson. Matheson was more than I Am Legend. He had so many different types of creatures and books out there. I highly suggest y'all look him up. But he starts with epistolatory in a context and goes from there. And he does a little nuanced subtlety. He always knew when to pull back. Man, he was a master when to pull stuff out and cut stuff. Dear Pa, I am sending you this note under Rex's collar because I got to stay here. I hope the note gets to you all right. I couldn't deliver the tax letter you sent me with because the widow Blackwell is killed. She is upstairs. I put her on her bed. She looks awful. I wish you would get the sheriff and the coroner, Wilkes. And he even wrote, just like Faulkner did, just like James Lee Burke does, the great mystery writer of the Dave Robichaux series. He starts in their language. I'm going to tell you now, this one of the first things that tips me off if you try to submit a manuscript to me to get me to clean it up and I give it back to you. If I see that your computer system couldn't write like the person needed to talk or doesn't talk in dialogue, I'll dismiss you. I know what you did here. That's one of the things with the that's one of the things with this stuff. It doesn't understand sarcasm. It doesn't understand being human. I don't care. It can mimic. It does a great job mimicking. These LLMs, they mimic everything and all of that. But as you scratch the surface, anybody that knows their craft, whether it's writing, art, music, whatever, it mimics. That's all these things have been good for so far and all of that. Will they get better? Of course they will. They're going to evolve. Harlan Ellison was writing about that years ago, which that is a story in and of itself. Harlan's got to be laughing somewhere in that crazy place he's at right now in his grave with what just happened with him. His executor just decided it was a great idea to take his novel about AI, I Have a Mouth and I Can't Scream, decided to take that book of all books that was one about AI. The editor decides to use AI to write an introduction. And it got caught. It got gigged. And now there's an uproar about it. And he's rightfully so in the middle of a chaotic shitstorm right now. And you got to be a special kind of lazy to not write an introduction. I mean, what is it? 3 pages? You're the executor of Harlan Ellison. You would think that they would have had more, sense. But at the same time, would Harlan have done something like that as just to piss people off? Absolutely. He may have even directed the executor to do that, which is hilarious for me because if there was ever a guy that I knew that thrived on chaos, Harlan thrived on chaos and laughter, and that's what we're missing that right now. We need people like that. If we're going to advance horror writers, I'm talking about, we need people that just want to kick things off, just and sit back and laugh. Going with the flow is not a horror writer. Worried about harsh words hurting your feelings. The way you handle that is you take out your talons and you eviscerate your enemy. You don't cry about it and complain. All right, ran over. So we start off with, you already know that Coroner Wilkes is coming out. There's been a murder. And he did it in such a simple way. He got into the mind of a child who's sending a letter out. You know that you know a few things from just those couple of sentences. Now I'm going to go on with the letter a little bit. Little Jim Blackwell, I don't know where he is right now. He is so scared. He's going running around the house and hiding from me. Okay, now you just got intrigue. There's another child involved. A woman's been murdered in our house. You thought Widow Blackwell, at first you think, well, she's old, but then you hear about a child, which she may be old. We don't know much about it. There's not much description. What? There's a lot being described. It's brilliant. He's describing without having to describe. He's not saying that he's waving back his hand and all that. He's telling you these people are there. There's a lot. The kid's terrified. Without having to say, the kid's terrified. If you have to tell somebody they're horrified, if you have to tell somebody they're terrified, you've already failed. You have to come up with a better way to do it. Let's give a little bit more description. He must have gotten awful scared by whoever killed his mom. He don't say a word. He just runs around like a scared rat. Well, I mean, there you have it. Imagery, showing, not telling. Not telling you he's scared. Sure, they made a mention that he's awful scared. But then they say he runs around like a scared rat. You're not going to remember the awful scared. You're going to remember that this kid's screeching and running around. Let me go into to check out another part of it. Without, like I said, guys, normally this would be a 5 minute read through, and but I don't want to go. I'm treading out of respect toward Richard Matheson and his estate without getting into trouble. Here's a key point about it. He's talking about Widow Blackwell. I shut her eyes and searched around some, and I found the razor. The widow has all her clothes on, so I figured it were only robbery that the killer meant. Okay, now he's introduced. He's gotten into the psychology of what's going on here. He's in the head of this kid that sent this note out, tied to a dog collar. Now he knows he's found a murder weapon. There's a child screaming who's up, terrified, upset. And in the last sentence, Matheson ties it up neatly. But come as fast as you can, because I don't like sitting here and her up there like that. And Jim sneaking around in the dark house. Woof. You see what I'm saying? You got the imagery of the dark house. You got the scared older boy. There's this terrified kid screaming around in the house like a madman. So you got darkness. You got something wicked has happened. Something evil's happened. Don't know if the killer's still out there. You're in all sorts of directions. Matheson sat down and really thought about the psychological aspects. Sitting at his desk, you could just imagine him sitting there thinking about how this child would think. This is the second letter. This is his father writing. Dear George, we just got back from your sister's house. We haven't told the papers yet, so I'll have to be the one to let you know. Okay. The father's telling a fellow named George that's all we know so far. But now we know he's the brother to the woman that's been murdered. I sent Luke out there with a property tax note, and he found your sister murdered. So now, without saying it, without throwing all that in there in the first couple of, he's bringing out pieces here and there, so you can grab what you got all along and kind of figure it out. It's like puzzle pieces being laid out. So now you know that why the little boy was out there. I don't like to be the one to tell you, but somebody has to. The sheriff and his boys are scouring the countryside for the killer. They figured it was a tramp or something. And then you have it. And then they go into details talking about how they found her. And nothing was. There start to be some things adding up. You know, She was just murdered. She wasn't. There wasn't anything else done to her, and there wasn't any robbery. So now you have that going on. I'm like, well, what's going on here? All these questions are starting to. You're starting to ask. The way he's writing this is you're asking questions now. Will they find the killer? Where is the killer at? Who is the killer? Did she know? You know. I mean, from this story, he probably could have written. He could have written another novel if he really wanted to get into it. So let's see. He gets down to the part where the boy is fixing to die soon from starvation and just plain scaredness. He won't eat nothing. Sometimes he gulps down a piece of bread or a piece of candy, but as soon as he starts to chew, his face gets all twisted and he gets violent sick and throws up. I don't understand it at all. So you're starting to see the little boy has got some issues. Now, what are the issues? We don't know. What caused the issues? We don't know. Um, this story did affect quite a few people that got it in the literature industry when they read it. Rod Serling uh, did an episode called "The Faces," and that was this story. If he knew that he saw this for what it was, and Richard Matheson did a lot of work for Rod Serling. You could say Rod Serling gave Richard Matheson his career. Actually, it would be Charles Beaumont brought Matheson along with him with Rod Serling, and when Charles Beaumont is equally as terrifying a writer. I just did a story not too long ago. One of the stories his Beaumont scared me as a child. I saw a Twilight Zone episode called The Howling Man. That was a terror. When you're, what was I at the time? 5 years old watching that in California. Yeah. Weird for me because the Twilight Zone usually came on at night, and here it was, California. It's still, the sun's still out on the beach and everything, and we're watching it. Yeah, it's one of those memories. But I never forgot the Howling Man. Without giving too much away, it had a devilish ending. All right, the figure was a tramp. Yeah. Okay. So we know a little bit more. And he talks about he gives a little bit more details. Like he does, like a lot of writers would go right in and tell you the details of the killing right off the bat. No, don't do that. Tell a little bit, show a little bit, tell a little, talk a little bit, and not tell, but show. Try to show in every paragraph if you can, but don't show too much. That's the magic. Don't show too much. Luke found your sister in a room with her throat cut ear to ear. So now you have that image. Instead of describing the laceration, describe what it looked like to an average person. Coroner Wilkes says it was a strong, steady hand that done it because the cut is deep and sure. I am terrible sorry to be the one to tell you that all this, but I think it is better you know. And then he starts to allude to when the funeral is and those kind of trivialities. So they will talk, and again he talks more about. He goes into greater detail about the behavior of the son, of the little boy, of the younger boy. We don't know how old he is. We can't take. We know he's young, but is he young? Obviously, he's young. He's a lot going on. His skin is all white, and the way he rolls his eyes back and foams at the mouth is something awful to see. And there you have it. There's something obviously starting. He's starting to tell you more about the boy. And they having trouble with him. He's biting at him. He's acting like literally like a wild animal. It's been He wouldn't take a bite. He gulped down the milk like he felt guilty about it. Then in a second, his face twists and he draws back his lip and he spits the milk out again. So just like an animal caught in the wild, a lot of times. Uh, if an animal, if you don't let it loose back in the wild, it eventually gets sick and it doesn't understand. It's been confined and it's in a strange environment. They won't eat and all that. Same thing with what's happening here. So Matheson did a lot of research on captivity and children, a lot of stuff about the way childlike interactions and all. He read incessantly about the psychology of all sorts of things. Yeah. So let's go on down. Most of now the letters is detailing his the the way the boy's been interacting and in some of the house. I sent Luke down to the car for some oil, and when he came back, we lit the lantern again and looked at the window and saw that the face was painted on it so as to light up in the dark. Same thing for the faces on the walls and the ceiling. It was enough to scare a man out of half his wits to think somebody doing that inside a little boy's room. So now we know they had talked more about the boy's psychology and the way he moved around. They talked about he's got scars, so he's been abused. That's coming out, coming clean. And now you see it's not just physical abuse, it's psychological abuse too with the faces painted all of his walls. So now we have another mystery. What the hell happened to this kid? What was going on with this child? He tapped into the psychology of this quite well and how what would happen, you know. And then in the widow's room, I found a whole shelf of psychology books. So, and a page was open to. I looked in one place and it told about a thing how they can make rats go crazy by making them think there's food in a place when there isn't. And then he goes on to describe some of the things that testing and all of that. And then the reader's a lot. Now you have to sit back and he gives you enough time to breathe on that. Sometimes if you're dumping too much information or too much, the reader gets tuned out of it and they walk away. Or if there's not enough in there, then they can't figure it out enough. You know, you try to if you're going along in a chapter. You know, that's why I don't care what anybody says. It's good to outline. You don't have to follow all of your outline. Dean Koontz has brought that up. John Grisham's brought that up before. You know those guys. You know Dean. I mean, what else can you say? The first one of the first presidents of the HWA, no less. But yeah, Dean was always on top one point with that. He said it. He would send an outline to his publisher. He'd do the outline, but he never followed the outline. He always seemed to. The outline is just a guide. You change that sucker all the time. Problem is these publishers, a lot of times you send them an outline, you've changed it and all of that. They're trying to follow the outline rather than read what you wrote. And then you got to go back and forth with them and say, look, I changed the outline. I'll send you a new outline, all right? But honestly, you're going to change your outline. Some things just work and some things don't. You outlined them out at the beginning, and you sat back and you started writing, all right? You're following and you're writing, you're following, you're writing, and you realize, this ain't working. And you go back and you scratch that out and you're coming back to it. So, same thing I'm sure Matheson did here. It's probably one of his secrets. Matheson never said he didn't outline. Charles Beaumont never said he didn't outline. Neither did Guy de Maupassant and all these other guys and people we followed. All right, so the guy's name is Sam Davis. That was writing the letter. You are her only living kin, George, and I think you should do something about the boy. We don't want to put him in an orphan home. He is in no shape for it. So now they're throwing the burden onto the brother. And in the last paragraph is George Barnes. That's the brother to the woman that was to the Blackwell to Widow Blackwell's. It's Widow Blackwell's brother. So I got your letter, and I'm more upset than I can say. So he's upset. All right. Obviously, he knows what's happened. Now he's upset about it. But then we get the history of Widow Blackwell. She was so jealous that once, because he had taken another girl to a party, she crashed her hands through a window and nearly bled to death. So now we got an understanding that her psychology was pretty troubled. So yeah, without going any further, I don't want to spoil it for you. Let you go ahead and figure out. But the ending, he stuck. One of the things about Matheson, he stuck the landing when he wrote. It's almost like him and Block took the same approach, where they would work backwards when they would write. They would go from the ending and then work it back. whereas most writers work from the linear work or working crazy arcs. Uh, he he put this ending that just always that hit strong. Same thing with I Am Legend. Both of those movies, well, yeah, both of those movies. The Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price was a great movie, and Vincent Price did a tremendous job in that movie. Was it Richard Matheson's I Am Legend? No. The Will Smith movie, an abomination from the the video game looking special effects to the stupid concept that they did. The disease thing, yeah, I understood that part. Yeah, they tried to modernize it. Just do what Matheson did. That would have been so much easier. And then the ending was just god awful stupid. They started to go into the community of the vampire hybrids, but they didn't do what Matheson did. He spent a lot of time understanding the psych. What would it be like the day to day? Instead of making it a special effects driven horror, make it a horror driven by aspects of psychology. And he's got enough pacing and enough action in there to dig in. So, yeah, that script, that somebody needs to take that book, reread that book, and script it up. I thought about writing the script and doing it, but I got enough of mine. I got enough to do. All right. Well, yeah, that was some of Matheson's. That was his poignant graveyard shift, and like I said, quite a tremendous read, and 4 or 5 pages long at best, and yet hits. You know, it hits. You feel it. You're thinking about this stuff after. That's why he was a master of horror. Okay, let's go ahead and see what else we can find here. I had another special one I wanted to do. All right, one more, one more analysis and review of of a Richard Matheson story that was short, but quite horrifically effective. He starts with the opening line. The opening line is just, you, he sat down and whittled this thing till he figured exactly how he wanted to bring it. The name of the story is Dress of White Silk. It's one of his lesser known, just like Graveyard Shift was one of his lesser known stories. He's, well, let's get into it. Quiet is here and all in me. I mean, it's, whoa, awkward sentence structure. This thing would be gigged by a work by an AI freaking or by a grammar checker. I mean, what is this? This doesn't make any sense, but it does. Quiet is here and all in me. Now you've got this understanding that there's something going on here, but we're just what, 7 words, and then we go. Grandma locked me in my room and won't let me out because it's happened, she says. I guess I was bad. Okay. Seems ordinary at first, but then at the end, here's the thing that kind of catches it. Here's where he puts the entry again, and this is just the first paragraph. Grandma says, your mama is in heaven. I don't know how. Can she go in heaven if she's dead? Okay, now you understand that the person that's talking here, and this is being brought in at a first person perspective, which is letting you inside the what of this young. This obviously, she says grandma, and it's talking in a simplistic. So you're thinking a younger child. Now I hear grandma. She's in mama's room. She's putting mama's dress down in the box. Why does she always? And it locks it too. I wish she didn't. It's a pretty dress. It smells sweet. So, okay. So, from what you gather now, I mean, the first paragraph really is not telling you all that much about the character, but the second one you're starting to get a little bit more. The first thing you know is, well, obviously the child's been bad about something, but you don't know what they look like. You don't know who they are and what they are. But then she's talking about dresses, and which this day and age, who knows? But you would, you're safe to assume that the child is probably a girl, a younger girl, and then and then they start to bring in a little bit more. She's talking about dolls. Here's the big. Then you start to get a little bit of a question. Don't go in your mama's room like that. She's like, okay, there's something about the mama's room. There's something going on in there, and like I said, it labors into discussions of there's a mystery starting to be brought in, and we're trying to understand what the mystery is. Why it has, and then we get the first description of the dress, and that's about 5 paragraphs down. He's going in and he's broke it down piece by piece, giving you a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, and that's not a massive exposition at the beginning and then drags it out after, and then you're bored to tears. You're getting a piece here, you're getting a piece there. He's bringing the audience along to see. I make believe mom is dressing and I am allowed in. I smell her white silk dress. She's going out, her going out for the night. And then, so the child, okay. So she goes out during the night. And then they go on to talk about the room. Mom, the child likes to go in there. And, you get like being a kid, being curious about, parents' rooms and stuff like that. So he starts adding that part in. When I pretend I brush my long hair, but I only use my own brush from my room. I didn't never use mom's brush. So she's talking. So you're starting to get more imageries of the character combing their hair, and images as well. And you're still getting some kind of subtleties. As he's going along, he's bringing a little bit more subtlety to the room. I wasn't never bad with it. She's talking about the dress. I put it back neat like it was never touched. Grandma never knew. So she's being mischievous. So we know she's got a mischievous streak. And then she's talking about, so she says here, he goes, he's going down into more details between the social interactions between the parent, and describes her hair is black like mine. Her eyes are even pretty like black. Her mouth is red, so red. So you got more imagery. Her skin is white, almost white, like the dress. So she's talking, but here's a curious point that people miss with this story. It, they heard she was dead, but then the little girl's talking like she's there. So you're getting a subtle nuance in the, which, people would probably dismiss, oh, she's just a kid talking in the present tense. No, there's something being said here. They're bringing more into it. And she talks about being bad to her friend, Mary Jane. Mary Jane came from lunch like she does. Grandma went to her do her nap. She said, don't forget now, no going into your mama's room. I told her no, Grandma. And I was saying the truth. But then Mary Jane and I was playing fire truck. Mary Jane said, I bet you haven't no mother. I bet you made it up. Made it up at all, she said. So she gets mad at her for that, saying that. She said, I am a liar. I mean, about the bed and the dressing table and the picture and the dress even and everything. So she's gonna, like kids do when they get taunted and all of that or provoked. She doesn't. She wasn't so smart after then. She giggled like she does. Even she made a scarcely noise when she hit into the table in the hall upstairs. And here's a curious imagery that brings a little bit more of intrigue. She said back, well, my house isn't so dark like this. Like that was so much. Yeah, and then we go. They get more into the psychology. She talks more about. They talk more about. The story basically goes along, and you get to you hear rain whispering. There's more imagery about the room, and then we get to. She's talking more about. They talk a little bit about the description of Mary Jane, and then we get that out of you get that killer ending without without saying too much. And it's not an ending that you would expect. It's you could think, oh, it's an evil child. No, there's a little bit more going on, a little bit more subtlety. But I highly recommend it. Dress is Silk White. Check that out, especially for you creatures of the night out there. All right, let's see if we're gonna jump from there. See what we go to next. We already did. This is the next one I wanted to do. Scotch and a little Scotch invocation. From ghoulies and ghosties and long-legged beasties and things that go bump in the night. Good Lord, deliver us. Yeah, and getting ready for the Halloween season. We all know it kicks off in September, and then actually starting now with people having their stuff going on. Let's see if I can find another good tale. And this one I can read through. All right, let me think of one that would be a great one to go with. I had, like I said, it doesn't allow me to play the media like I normally can on other platforms. It's got it locked out for whatever reason. But normally I'll be talking and then I'll put a video up and then you got my narrations going and I can talk more about it particularly. So it adds a little layer of stuff to go along with it. Did that the other night. I brought a lot of people in and not known about William Faulkner being a horror writer too. I got one from Ernest Hemingway. Yeah, let's do that one. We'll do the killers. Ernest Hemingway he wrote horror as well, folks. His was a little different. I mean, more grounded, obviously, in realism. You know what? How long overdue? Yeah, let's do. We'll do Edgar Allan Poe. Then I'll do. Yeah, I've got it set up. I want to do Edgar Allan Poe before. We're going to do the facts in the case of him, Voldemort. Which is people. A lot of people are making a nod that this is one of the first vampire. Was one of first, well, was Poe's version of a vampire. Which there's argument to be said that it was. Uh, Obviously, the first vampire stories came all the way back to the Greeks. Greeks talking about that these ancient legends that were popularized, and then come the 18th century in Victorian England, you had the Castle of Otranto, which heavily influenced Bram Stoker, who ended up writing Dracula. He had been doing playwrights, and you can read when you read it reads as a play more. It's tight in its efficiency of saying what it needs to say, and you can see as each chapter being more like an act in a play, but they're so well written, and the imagery and the concepts. Dracula's more than just a vampire story. It's got so much in it about life and other things, and Bram Stoker really took a lot to understand and review what he thought of life, death, and obviously undeath. Let's do Edgar Allan Poe's The Facts in the Case of M. Voldemort. I, on like I said, guys, I've got a video. Dwell of the Dark for those new to the channel. Dwell of the Dark normally narrates books. We put video and audio and music together, and I try to at least one, sometimes once, sometimes 3 times a week, maybe more. We put out narrations of classic literature. I may give some analysis. In the early days of this channel, I used to talk about the history of the writer, but everybody seemed to want to get to the story rather than understanding history, which is kind of, I still do it sometimes. I'll talk about writers and bring up with how they came up with their ideas and give some analysis, like I did with Matheson tonight. So I've been wanting to do an analysis of Matheson's work. We had a situation where I had read one of his stuff, and they were strict as hell about having that taken down because they protect his legacy. And I was just, like I said, starting out, not learning the systems and who you could read and who you couldn't read. But more importantly, it was to bring Matheson to light because people don't have. You ask a modern writer these days. I had a conversation the other day, and they didn't even know who the hell I was talking about. I said, if we don't remember the people that brought us forth, the bones of that, then we're good. You're not going to be able to improve the writing of society. All right, let's go back. Yeah, facts in the case of M. Baltimore. I mean, people know Poe, people know Anne Rice, but when you start talking about people like Clark Ashton Smith, yes, there are people that do know some of Clark Ashton Smith. Real hard writers are going to know Clark Ashton Smith, and people like like I said, Matheson. You can bet Stephen King knows who Richard Matheson is, and Peter Straub definitely did, which is another writer I need to bring up in the future. All right, the facts in the case of M. Baltimore, Edgar Allan Poe. Of course, I shall not pretend to consider it any matter for wonder that the extraordinary case of M. Valdemar has excited discussion. It would have been a miracle had it not, especially under the circumstances. Through the desire of all parties concerned to keep the affair from the public, at least for the present, or until we had further opportunities for investigation. Through our endeavors to effect this, a garbled or exaggerated account made its way into society and became the source of many unpleasant misrepresentations, and, very naturally, of a great deal of disbelief. It is now rendered necessary that I give the facts, as far as I comprehend them myself. They are, succinctly, these. My attention for the last 3 years had been repeatedly drawn to the subject of mesmerism, and about 9 months ago it occurred to me, quite suddenly, that in the series of experiments made hitherto, there had been a very remarkable and most unaccountable omission. No person had as yet been mesmerized in articulo mortis. It remained to be seen, first, whether in such condition there existed in the patient any susceptibility to the magnetic influence. Secondly, whether, if any existed, if it was impaired or increased by the condition. Thirdly, to what extent or for how long a period the encroachments of death might be arrested by the process. There were other points to be ascertained, but these most excited my curiosity. The last in especial, from the immensely important character of its consequences. In looking around me for some object by whose means I might test these particulars, I was brought to think of my friend M. Ernest Valdemar, the well-known compiler of the Bibliotheca Forensica and author, under the nom de plume of Isaac Marx, of the Polish versions of Wallenstein and Gargantua. M. Valdemar, who has resided principally at Harlem, New York, since the year of 1839, is, or was, particularly noticeable for the extreme spareness of his person, his lower limbs much resembling those of John Randolph, and also for the whiteness of his whiskers, in violent contrast to the blackness of his hair, the latter, in consequence, being very generally mistaken for a wig. Yeah, you see, Poe's putting a little bit of humor in it. His temperament was markedly nervous and rendered him a good subject for a mesmeric experiment. On 2 or 3 occasions I had put him to sleep with little difficulty, but was disappointed in other results which his particular constitution had naturally led me to anticipate. His will was at no period positively or thoroughly under my control, and in regard to clairvoyance, I could accomplish with him nothing to be relied upon. I always attributed my failure at these points to the disordered state of his health. For some months previous to my becoming acquainted with him, his physicians had declared him in a confirmed phthisis. It was his custom, indeed, to speak calmly of his approaching dissolution, as of a matter neither to be avoided nor regretted. You capture. I meant to say also with the facts in the case of M. Baltimore, Roger Corman did a great job, and Vincent Price was in the movie. Uh, it was a collection of stories, and this one was added into the mix and all of that. Uh, he's talking. Poe went into details about mesmerism, occultism. He's describing hypnosis, which was a big thing at the time. Uh, that and the power of being able to hypnotize somebody. And he says, in articulo mortis means at the moment of death. So we're getting you can see why I was saying it could be considered a vampire tale. The vampire stuff that we have today is more animalistic creatures type stuff, demonic. Back then, they were also the vampire wasn't just couldn't just be a bloodsucker. It could be a soul stealer or a stealer of health and vitality. So yeah, Ambrose Bierce did a great job with the death of Halpin Fraser, bringing that kind of creature to life. And there were subtleties of exactly what the processes were. Same thing is going on here. Which one is the creature and which one is the victim of the creature? When the ideas to which I have alluded first occurred to me, it was of course very natural that I should think of M. Valdemar. I knew the steady philosophy of the man too well to apprehend any scruples from him, and he had no relatives in America who would be likely to interfere. I spoke to him frankly upon the subject, and to my surprise, his interest seemed vividly excited. I say to my surprise, for although he had always yielded his person freely to my experiments, he had never before given me any tokens of sympathy with what I did. His disease was of that character which would admit of exact calculation in respect to the epoch of its termination in death, and it was finally arranged between us that he would send for me about 24 hours before the period announced by his physicians as that of his decease. It is now rather more than 7 months since I received from M. Baltimore himself the subjoined note. My dear P, you may as well come now. D and F are agreed that I cannot hold out beyond tomorrow midnight, and I think they have hit the time very nearly. Baltimore. I received this note within half an hour after it was written, and in 50 minutes more I was in the dying man's chamber. I had not seen him for 10 days, and was appalled by the fearful alteration which the brief interval had wrought in him. His face wore a leaden hue, the eyes were utterly lustreless, and the emaciation was so extreme that the skin had been broken through by the cheekbones. His expectoration was excessive. The pulse was barely perceptible. He retained, nevertheless, in a very remarkable manner, both his mental power and a certain degree of physical strength. He spoke with distinctness, took some palliative medicines without aid, and when I entered the room, was occupied in penciling memoranda in a pocketbook. He was propped up in bed pillows. Doctors D and F were in attendance. After pressing Voldemort's hand, I took these gentlemen aside and obtained from them a minute account of the patient's condition. The left lung had been for 18 months in a semi-osseous or cartilaginous state and was of course entirely useless for all purposes of vitality. The right in its upper portion was also partially, if not thoroughly ossified, while the lower region was merely a mass of purulent tubercles, tuberculosis, running one into another. Several extensive perforations existed, and at one point permanent adhesion to the ribs had taken place. These appearances in the right lobe were of comparatively recent date. The ossification had proceeded with very unusual rapidity. No sign of it had been discovered a month before, and the adhesion had only been observed during the 3 previous days. Independently of the phthisis, the patient was suspected of aneurysm of the aorta, but on this point, the osseous symptoms rendered an exact diagnosis impossible. It was the opinion of both physicians that M. Voldemort would die about midnight on the morrow, Sunday. It was then 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. On quitting the invalid's bedside to hold conversation with myself, Doctors D and F had bidden him a final farewell. It had not been their intention to return, but at my request, they agreed to look in upon the patient about 10 the next night. When they had gone, I spoke freely with M. Voldemort on the subject of his approaching dissolution, as well as more particularly of the experiment proposed. He still professed himself quite willing and even anxious to have it made, and urged me to commence it at once. A male and a female nurse were in attendance, but I did not feel myself altogether at liberty to engage in a task of this character, with no more reliable witnesses than these people, in case of sudden accident, might prove. I therefore postponed operations until about 8 the next night, when the arrival of a medical student with whom I had some acquaintance, Mr. Theodore L., relieved me from other embarrassment. It had been my design originally. Hold on a second, get a second. It had been my design originally to wait for the physician, but I was induced to proceed, first by the urgent entreaties of M. Voldemort, and secondly, by my conviction that I had not a moment to lose, and he was evidently sinking fast. Mr. L. was so kind as to accede to my desire that he would take notes of all that occurred. And it is from his memorandum that what I now have to relate is, for the most part, either condensed or copied verbatim. It wanted about 5 minutes of 8 when, taking the patient's hand, I begged him to state as distinctly as he could to Mr. L whether he, M. Voldemort, was entirely willing that I should make the experiment of mesmerizing him in his then condition. He replied feebly, yet quite audibly, "Yes, I wish to be mesmerized," adding immediately afterward, "I fear you have deferred it too long." While he spoke thus, I commenced the passes which I had already found most effectual in subduing him. He was evidently influenced with the first lateral stroke of my hand across his forehead, but although I exerted all my powers, no further perceptible effect was induced until some minutes after 10 o'clock, when Doctors D and F called. According to appointment, I explained to them in a few words what I designed, and as they opposed no objection, saying that the patient was already in the death agony, I proceeded without hesitation, exchanging, however, the lateral passes for downward ones, and directing my gaze entirely into the right eye of the sufferer. By this time, his pulse was imperceptible and his breathing was stertorous and at intervals of half a minute. This condition was nearly unaltered for a quarter of an hour. At the expiration of this period, however, a natural, although a very deep sigh escaped from the bosom of the dying man, and the stertorous breathing ceased. That is to say, its stertorousness was no longer apparent. The intervals were undiminished. The patient's extremities were of an icy coldness. At 5 minutes before 11, I perceived unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was changed for that expression of uneasy inward examination, which is never seen except in cases of sleepwalking, and which is quite impossible to mistake. With a few rapid lateral passes, I made the lids quiver, as in incipient sleep, and with a few more, I closed them altogether. I was not satisfied, however, with this, but continued the manipulations vigorously and with the fullest exertion of the will, until I had completely stiffened the limbs of the slumberer after placing them in a seemingly easy position. The legs were at full length, the arms were neatly so, and reposed on the bed at a moderate distance from the loins. The head was very slightly elevated. When I had accomplished this, it was fully midnight, and I requested the gentlemen present to examine M. Valdemore's condition. After a few experiments, they admitted him to be in an unusually perfect state of mesmeric trance. The curiosity of both the physicians was greatly excited. Dr. D resolved at once to remain with the patient all night, while Dr. F took leave with promise to return at daybreak, while Mr. L and the nurses remained. We left M. Valdemar entirely undisturbed until about 3 o'clock in the morning, when I approached him and found him in precisely the same condition as when Dr. F went away. That is to say, he lay in the same position. The pulse was imperceptible. The breathing was gentle, scarcely noticeable unless through the application of a mirror to the lips. The eyes were closed naturally, and the limbs were as rigid and as cold as marble. Still, the general appearance was certainly not that of death. As I approached M. Valdemar, I made a kind of half effort to influence his right arm into pursuit of my own, as I passed the latter gently to and fro above his person. In such experiments with this patient, I had never perfectly succeeded before, and assuredly I had little thought of succeeding now. But to my astonishment, his arm very readily, although feebly, followed every direction I assigned it with mine. I determined to hazard a few words of conversation. Baltimore, I said, are you asleep? He made no answer, but I perceived the tremor about the lips, and was thus induced to repeat the question again and again. At its third repetition, his whole frame was agitated by a very slight shivering. The eyelids unclosed themselves so far as to display a white line of a ball. The lips moved sluggishly, and from between them, in a barely audible whisper, issued the words, "Yes, asleep now. Do not wake me. Let me die so." I here felt the limbs and found them as rigid as ever. The right arm, as before, obeyed the direction of my hand. I questioned the sleepwalker again. "Do you still feel pain in the breast, in Baltimore?" The answer now was immediate, but even less audible than before. "No pain. I am dying." I did not think it advisable to disturb him further just then, and nothing more was said or done until the arrival of Dr. F, who came a little more before sunrise, and expressed unbounded astonishment at finding the patient still alive. After feeling the pulse and applying a mirror to the lips, he requested me to speak to the sleepwalker again. I did so, saying, "In Baltimore, do you still sleep?" As before, some minutes elapsed ere a reply was made, and during the interval the dying man seemed to be collecting his energies to speak. At my fourth repetition of the question, he said very faintly, almost inaudibly, "Yes, still asleep, dying." It was now the opinion, or rather the wish, of the physicians that M. Valdemar should be suffered to remain undisturbed in his present, apparently tranquil condition until death should supervene. And this, it was generally agreed, must now take place within a few minutes. I concluded, however, to speak to him once more and merely repeated my previous questions. While I spoke, there came a marked change over the countenance of the sleepwalker. The eyes rolled themselves slowly open, the pupils disappearing upwardly. The skin generally assumed a cadaverous hue, resembling not so much parchment as white paper, and the circular hectic spots which hitherto had been strongly defined in the center of each cheek went out at once. I use this expression because the suddenness of their departure put me in mind of nothing such so much as the extinguishment of a candle by a puff of the breath. The upper lip, at the same time, writhed itself away from the teeth, which it had previously covered completely, while the lower jaw fell with an audible jerk, leaving the mouth widely extended and disclosing in full view the swollen and blackened tongue. I presume that no member of the party then present had been unaccustomed to deathbed horrors, but so hideous beyond conception was the appearance of M. Valdemar at this moment that there was a general shrinking back from the region of the bed. What's going on here? I now feel that I have reached the point of this narrative at which every reader will be startled into positive disbelief. It is my business, however, simply to proceed. There was no longer the faintest sign of vitality in Baltimore, and concluding him to be dead, we were consigning him to the charge of the nurses, when a strong vibratory motion was observable in the tongue. This continued for perhaps a minute. At the expiration of this period, there issued from the disintended, the motionless jaws, a voice, such as it would be madness in me to attempt describing. There are indeed two or three epithets which might be considered as applicable to it in part. I might say, for example, that the sound was harsh and broken and hollow, but the hideous whole is indescribable, for the simple reason that no similar sounds have ever jarred upon the ear of humanity. There were two particulars, nevertheless, which I thought then, and still think, might fairly be stated as characteristic of the intonation, as well adapted to convey some idea of its unearthly peculiarity. In the first place, the voice seemed to reach our ears, at least mine, from a vast distance, or from some deep cavern within the earth. In the second place, it impressed me. I fear, indeed, that it will be impossible to make myself comprehended, as gelatinous or glutinous matters impress the sense of touch. I have spoken both of sound and of voice. I mean to say that the sound was one of distinct, of even wonderfully thrilling distinct syllabification. M. Valdemar spoke, obviously in reply to the question I had propounded to him a few minutes before. I had asked him, it will be remembered, if he still slept. He, he now said, "Yes, no, I have been sleeping. And now, Now, I am dead. No person present even affected to deny or attempted to repress the unutterable shuddering horror which these words thus uttered were so well calculated to convey. Mr. L, the student, swooned. The nurses immediately left the chamber and could not be induced to return. My own impressions I would not pretend to render intelligible to the reader. For nearly an hour we buried ourselves silently, without the utterance of a word, in endeavors to revive Mr. L. When he came to himself, we addressed ourselves again to an investigation of M. Baltimore's condition. It remained in all respects as I have described it, with the exception that the mirror no longer afforded evidence of respiration. An attempt to draw blood from the arm failed. I should mention, too, that this limb was no further subject to my will. I endeavored in vain to make it follow the direction of my hand. The only real indication, indeed, of the mesmeric influence was now found in the vibratory movement of the tongue whenever I addressed M. Baltimore a question. He seemed to be making an effort to reply, but had no longer sufficient volition. To queries put to him by any other person than myself, he seemed utterly insensible, although I endeavored to place each member of the company in mesmeric rapport with him. I believe that I have now related all that is necessary to an understanding of the sleep waker's state at this epoch. The nurses were procured, and at 10 o'clock I left the house in company with the two physicians and Mr. L. In the afternoon, we all called again to see the patient. His condition remained precisely the same. We had now some discussion as to the propriety and feasibility of awakening him. But we had little difficulty in agreeing that no good purpose would be served by so doing. It was evident that so far death, or what is usually termed death, had been arrested by the mesmeric process. It seemed clear to us all that to awaken M. Baltimore would be merely to ensure his instant, or at least his speedy, dissolution. From this period until the close of last week, an interval of nearly 7 months, we continued to make daily calls at M. Baltimore's house, accompanied now and then by medical and other friends. All this time, the sleepwalker remained exactly as I have last described him. The nurse's attentions were continual. It was on Friday last that we finally resolved to make the experiment of awakening or attempting to awaken him, and it is that the perhaps unfortunate result of this latter experiment which has given rise to so much discussion in private circles, to so much of what I cannot help thinking unwarranted popular feeling. For the purpose of reliving M. Baltimore, for the purpose of relieving M. Baltimore from the mesmeric trance, I made use of the customary passes. These for a time were unsuccessful. The first indication of revival was afforded by a partial descent of the iris. It was observed as especially remarkable that this lowering of the pupil was accompanied by the profuse outflowing of a yellowish ichor from beneath the lids of a pungent and highly offensive odor. It was now suggested that I should attempt to influence the patient's arm as hitherto. I made the attempt and failed. Dr. F. then intimated a desire to have me put a question. I did so as follows. M. Baltimore, can you explain to us what are your feelings or wishes now? There was an instant return of the hectic circles on the cheeks. The tongue quivered, or rather rolled violently, in the mouth, although the jaws and lips remained rigid as before. And at length the same hideous voice which I have already described broke forth. For God's sake, quick, quick, put me to sleep, or quick, waken me, quick. I say to you that I am dead. I was thoroughly unnerved. For an instant remained undecided what to do. At first I made an endeavor to recompose the patient, but failing in this through total abeyance of the will, I retraced my steps and earnestly struggled to awaken him. In this attempt I soon saw that I should be successful, or at least I should fancy that my success would be complete, and I am sure that all in the room were prepared to see the patient awaken. For what really occurred, however, it is quite impossible that any human being could have been prepared. As I rapidly made the mesmeric passes amid ejaculations of death, death, absolutely bursting from the tongue and not from the lips of the sufferer, his whole frame at once, within the space of a single minute or less, shrunk, crumbled, absolutely rotted away beneath my hands. Upon the bed before that whole company, there lay a nearly liquid mass of loathsome, of detestable putrescence. Who, yes, Poe liked his horror, and he definitely liked the gore. It definitely brought a lot of highbrow stuff, and it definitely it, it brought everything you would want in making people think, but at the same time adding a layer of horror, and everybody's got that fear of the unknown, and that's what Pope stepped into, the fear of the unknown, and delving into mesmerism. I'm gonna take a brief minute, guys, to go get a cup of coffee, and then I'll be right back. Uh, we'll see what we'll kick off next. Oh, we said we'd do Hemingway next, so let me I'm gonna set that up, and then we'll get ready for that. Yeah, too far. All right, be right back. Let's see. Make a change out too. Testing, 1, 2. All right, just making sure the microphone and everything's working. Still wondering about this refrain stuff. Anyway, I'll be right back, guys. We get a cup of coffee, and then we'll go get to the next stories. All right, double check this, make sure this is working. Okay, got this one. Desk audio. Desk audio is not working. Interesting. All right, so we got the mic audio, application audio. Good. Okay. All right, let's get back to it. like to make sure this audio is working before I get at it. Yeah. This is our first time using the YouTube OBS system with, well, anyway, our first real live stream on here. So we'll see how it goes and all that. And I pretty much will be kicking it up a notch. Uh, Try to do this once a week or more. We'll see how it goes. All right, sip of coffee. Oh, that's some good chicory. Well, when you talk about a guy that was efficient with his prose, probably a guy that I'm sure Matheson took lot of cues from. Ernest Hemingway. I mean, for whom the bell tolls, farewell to arms. The sun also rises. I mean, he wrote. You felt it when he writes. You felt his language. You felt the place. You got the imagery, and he kept his words very tight, simplistic. I mean, in comparison to Lovecraft, who could write an entire sentence in one paragraph. And anybody that's ever narrated Lovecraft, I'm giving a shout out to Horror Babble out there because you and well, has Tony? Has Classic Ghost Stories done Lovecraft? I'm pretty sure he has. Those and Ed French, I'm pretty sure has done as well. That's the three big legendary narrators on YouTube that I owe a lot of gratitude for. In fact, especially Horror Babble, they are definitely content. They support their fellow content creators, and they've done a great job with with what they've done. He's one. Ian Gordon's one of the original guys out here. He's done incredible work. Hey, good to see you there, Thomas. Man, great to see you, my brother. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Being this was the first one, I'm getting used to their audio system, so I didn't know if that was going to be if it was going to give me Twitch the first time. It was kind of a funny story. I was going to town talking, and somebody chimed in, "Hey, I think your audio's out." And I'd been talking for almost an hour, so I didn't want to make that same mistake coming over here on the big dog, on YouTube. Yeah, 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 Ed's top notch, man. I can't say enough about Ed. Ed's an incredible special effects artist too. He broke out in the same. I think he broke out right around the same time as Tom Savini. Which, man, poor Tom's going through it. Anybody out there, I want to leave a message for Tom Savini. Tom Savini is one of the great guys, man. He's one of the great special effects artists. He's done if you saw Creep Show, that was Tom Savini, man. His house, man. I don't know if it's his house with all his wonderful memorabilia, but it burnt down, and he's got a GoFundMe to pay for stuff, man. He lost everything with that house. So if anybody out, yeah, this is a shout out. I wasn't even thinking about this, but yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, Thomas. Yeah, we went over. I went over Matheson in a review and analysis. I couldn't do the whole read of analysis of. I couldn't do the full read of Graveyard Shift because Don Cognan and Associates will definitely go after you. So I didn't want to, and out of respect to Richard Matheson's legacy, I talked about I Am Legend, and I also talked about he's got a dress in silk white that's awesome, man. Yeah, yeah, Tom, yeah, yeah, yeah. I couldn't believe that about yeah Tom, yeah, that blew my mind because he like he's he's approachable. He's one of those legends. He's from the old school, like Ray Harryhausen, and he talks to fans and he converses. He invited the Grim Collective to his house, and that's kind of probably. If I sure hope it was. It was. Yeah, the Grim Collective when they went there, he brought them all over the place, and he got to see all of his collection. Man, incredible. He kept everything from all the jobs he's done, and Lord knows he's done a lot. Yeah. I also wanted to update you. I know you're just coming on board. There, uh, Lisa with the Horror Writers Association, Lisa Wood, she put out a memo that hit me kind of wow. Nobody was put in for the candidacy for president of HWA this year, so uh, everybody had gotten the video. She sent a video out, not a letter, but a video, and all that, which was like, what the heck is going on here? But so yeah, I put my I don't usually get involved. Yeah, King, yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I am the doorway. Remember when I put that one out? That was one of the ones that yeah, King. Yeah, King and them. I'd already gotten. I'd already sent out emails about Jerusalem's lot, and I'd sent out a couple of messages about uh, one for the road, and I hadn't heard back. I'd heard back. I think I'd heard back from one of them, but I just went ahead and did it, figuring that was for covering them all. And yeah. One for when you go, I am the doorway. Matheson's in that story. You can the description of the guy's friend. That's Matheson. Yeah, Matthew, you're right about that one. Yeah, yeah. Matheson's always clowning him about King's word efficiency, saying too much. And that's why he still uses it to this day because Matheson was so efficient. Yeah, but what I was going to say is, yeah, I put in my letter of candidacy for the Horror Writers Association this year. I just heard back from R.J. Joseph that they pushed it through. Like I said, I'm only doing this to get people off their behinds to quit all the foolishness and get to get back to what we need to be doing. Uh, but yeah, anyway, I'm going over. I'm going to be reading right now Ernest Hemingway. Uh, I know you've already heard of Rose for Emily by William Faulkner. I need to do William Faulkner's Werewolf maybe this week. I'll do that one in our old format, but this was something new for us to get at it. Uh, yeah, let me take a sip of coffee. All right, man. Yeah, Matheson. Yeah, I just broke down paragraph. Well, a few of the paragraphs in the main one, Graveyard Shift. You remember the faces? Yeah, Graveyard Shift was a good story. All right, The Killers by Ernest Hemingway. The door of Henry's lunchroom opened and two men came in. They sat down at the corner. What's yours? George asked them. I don't know, one of the men said. What do you want to eat, Al? I don't know, said Al. I don't know what I want to eat. Outside it was getting dark. The streetlight came on outside the window. The two men at the counter read the menu. From the other end of the counter, Nick Adams watched them. He had been talking to George when they came in. Yeah, we read a Rose for Emily by Faulkner. It's on it. We remember we recorded it and all. In fact, I wrote a song. I wrote a song and we put it out. The Rose of Emily that's in there. That one definitely. Don't mind if you heard a squeal. That was the kitty cat. Mina gets a little excited, but yeah, we put it. Yeah, I recorded it and then I re-recorded it, and then when I was re-recording it, I wanted to put a song. You know how I do with the narrations. I put music usually, or I put something in there to entertain video. Which I was going to try to do that today, but I couldn't do it. The way the medium is on here, I couldn't do it on YouTube. I put the live video feed. I'll have the video, and then I might even be talking, and I'll give you double the headache. Yeah. Rose Families. We got on the channel on the narration. You know, had a little werewolf story though he did, and he's got a he's got the Ghost of Roman Oak. I don't know if you've read that. Check that out, man. That was a great. It's like campfire ghost stories. It makes me want to. We'll do that in future. Go out into the woods back here and set up a fire. Maybe do a little live stream from fireside. Those seem to do pretty good. I mean, Mr. Ballin and Uh, Sean, Sean Ryan and them did that not too long ago, and I really like that way they set that up. Campfires and having, yeah, and having and telling ghost stories. All right, let me get back to it. Yeah, where was it? Outside, it was getting dark. The street light came on outside the window. The two men at the counter read the menu. From the other end of the counter, Nick Adams watched them. He had been talking to George when they came in. I'll have a roast pork tenderloin with applesauce and mashed potatoes, the first man said. It isn't ready yet. What the hell do you put in? What the hell do you put it on the card for? That's the dinner, George explained. You can get that at 6 o'clock. George looked at the clock on the wall behind the counter. It's 5 o'clock. The clock says 20 minutes past 5, the second man said. It's 20 minutes past. Oh, the hell with the clock, the first man said. What have you got to eat? I can give you any kind of sandwiches, George said. You can have ham and eggs, bacon and eggs, liver and bacon, or a steak. Give me chicken croquettes with green peas and cream sauce and mashed potatoes. That's the dinner. Everything we want's the dinner, eh? That's the way you work it? I can give you ham and eggs, bacon and eggs, liver. I'll take ham and eggs, the man called Al said. He wore a derby hat and a black overcoat buttoned across the chest. His face was small and white, and he had tight lips. He wore a silk muffler and gloves. Great imagery. You can already feel the environment. I mean, and then Hemingway does what Hemingway does. He brought in all sorts of memory mnemonics, from the food to the time and all of that, all in one. Yeah, anytime, Thomas. I'm glad you came on board, man. I'll do a couple of your stories today. I plan on doing the whole presentation and put your stories up on the format, but I couldn't. The media is not working today for whatever reason. I need to figure out that. But what I'll do is I'll read the cat again. Yeah, if we got time. If not, we always got the next presentation. But I'm gonna try to get one of your stories in today. You know all that. Yeah. What is the next thing I'm going to do? Yeah, I'll find out. I'm going to talk a little bit about Stephen King next. If you want to stick around, I know. Yeah, I know you're a King fan. A lot of people are. Obviously, a lot of us are. I'm not gonna lie to you. The last great book the King had that I liked that was real King Revival. That one needs to be done. You did good, man. They definitely need to get more. I did them the other day on. I did some of them the other day on Twitch, but I needed to go. I wanted to more. This is obviously our original. This is where we started, and like I said, they did take YouTube's done taking pretty good care of me. They took one of my hobbies, the monetization of the money, the music stuff, which I was just doing it. You know how I started with that. We evolved from needing. I got sick and tired of getting hit with the music stuff on putting them on the narrations that I started creating my own, and man, that just took off. I never would have thought I'd be doing what I'm doing now. Yeah, for sure, man. Anytime. Yeah, dude. See, and I throw a few emojis in there too. I don't know if it does anything, but heck. All right. I can give you ham and eggs, bacon and eggs, liver. I'll take ham and eggs. The man called out said, and he wore a derby hat and a black overcoat buttoned across the chest. His face was small and white, and he had tight lips. He wore a silk muffler and gloves. Give me bacon and eggs, said the other man. He was about the same size as Al. Their faces were different, but they were dressed like twins. Both wore overcoats too tight for them. They sat leaning forward, their elbows on the counter. Got anything to drink? Al asked. Silver beer, Bevo, ginger ale, George said. I mean, you got anything to drink? Just those I said. This is a hot town, said the other. What do they call it? Summit? Ever hear of it? Al asked his friend. No, said the friend. What do you do here nights? Al asked. They eat the dinner, his friend said. They all come here and eat the big dinner. That's right, George said. So, you think that's right? Al asked George. Sure. You're a pretty bright boy, aren't you? Sure, said George. Well, you're not, said the other little man. Is he, Al? He's dumb, said Al. He turned to Nick. What's your name? Adams. Another bright boy, Al said. Ain't he a bright boy, Max? The town's full of bright boys, Max said. Oh yeah. Revival is definitely a classic. I don't know why. I know why. You and I both know why that movie's not getting made right away. He's waiting. He's letting it feel out before he's probably negotiating contracts on that one and all that. Hopefully it gets made before he hopefully it gets made soon. Yeah, I really man that it's not if that's one where when King hits the ending, he hits the ending, and you're feeling that ending for a while. I felt that one for a few weeks after, man. Whew. I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't read it, but Revival is one of the highly recommended ones. I need to do a top 10 list. I'm tired of watching everybody else trying to do these top 10 lists. Most of these guys are doing these top 10 lists. They're coming from a different perspective than the way we did it. The horror that we seen. Did I see that the eyes have it? Did I see? Yeah, I have the eyes have it. I need to get that one out. I'll dig that one out. We'll put that. I'll read that one soon. I got what do I have a few this week for sure that I want to do. Yeah, I got to get the. I'm trying to get the release of Gargoyles wrapped up. Uh, the King of the Gargoyles is going to is going to be the first novel I release. I had planned on releasing two this month, and then I said, "Man, why? I'm going to be competing with my. I'm going to do Gargoyles, and then we'll do Hell's Forge next month. I want to have that one out, and then I want to have. I'm gonna put Helen out right around Halloween, which is the best way to go. I got the edits are finished. That's just a matter of I'm doing something different this time. I'm recording the book as I'm writing. Usually I write the book, then I record the book, and then I put the book out. But I've been doing the narrations, the audible for ACX for the Cats of Belle Rouge, which I should have done that a couple of years ago, but I got too wrapped up in other things. I should have. Who knows? I should have probably hired a narrator for that. But I like, how I am. I like doing it myself. Yeah, Skeleton Crew is a beast. Man, just so many good stories in that. Whew. He, yeah, he could have made enough. He could have made an anthology like that. Like if you could have found a Roger Corman kind of guy. I'm curious to see how Josh Malerman's latest movie turns out. Josh is one of Josh's stories just got news stories got put into a movie. He's the author of Bird Box, which I'm sure the book was probably fan. Josh is a great writer, but I really just didn't dig the movie that much. As much as I tried it, but I don't know. The book was probably phenomenal. I've read some of his short works and all that. He's put his stuff out, but yeah, man. All right. George put the two platters, one of ham and eggs, the other of bacon and eggs, on the counter. He sat down two side dishes of fried potatoes and closed the wicket into the kitchen. Which is yours? He asked Al. Don't you remember? Ham and eggs? Just a bright boy, Max said. He leaned forward and took the ham and eggs. Both men ate with their gloves on. George watched them eat. What are you looking at? Max looked at George. Nothing. Hell, you were. You were looking at me. Maybe the boy meant it for a joke, Max, Al said. George laughed. You don't have to laugh, Max said to him. You don't have to laugh at all, see? All right, said George. So he thinks it's all right. Max turned to Al. He thinks it's all right. That's a good one. Oh, he's a thinker, Al said, then went on eating. What's the bright boy's name down the counter? Al asked Max. Hey, bright boy, Max said to Nick. You go around on the other side of the counter with your boyfriend. What's the idea? Nick asked. There isn't any idea. You better go around, bright boy, Al said. Nick went around behind the counter. What's the idea? George asked. None of your damn business, Al said. Who's out in the kitchen? The fella. What do you mean, the fella? The fella that cooks. Tell him to come in. What's the idea? Tell him to come in. Where do you think you are? We know damn well where we are. The man called Max said. Do we look silly? You talk silly, Al said to him. What the hell do you argue with this kid for? Listen, he said to George. Tell a fella to come out here. What are you going to do to him? Nothing. Use your head, bright boy. What would we do to a fella? George opened the slit that opened back into the kitchen. Sam, he called. Come in here a minute. The door to the kitchen opened, and the fella came in. What was it? He asked. The two men at the counter took a look at him. All right, fella. You stand right there, Al said. Sam, the fella standing in his apron, looked at the two men sitting at the counter. Yes, sir, he said. Al got down from his stool. I'm going back to the kitchen with the fella and bright boy, he said. Going back to the kitchen, fella. You go with him, bright boy. The little man walked after Nick and Sam, the cook, back into the kitchen. The door shut after them. The man called Max sat at the counter opposite George. He didn't look at George, but looked in the mirror that ran along the back of the counter. Henry's had been made over from a saloon into a lunch counter. Well, bright boy, Max said, looking into the mirror. Why don't you say something? What's it all about? Hey, Al, bright boy says he wouldn't say what he thinks it's all about. Why don't you tell him? Al's voice came from the kitchen. What do you think it's all about? I don't know. What do you think? Max looked into the mirror all the time he was talking. I wouldn't say. Hey, Al, bright boy says he wouldn't say what he thinks it's all about. I can hear you all right, Al said from the kitchen. He sat propped open, the slit that dishes passed, threw into the kitchen with a ketchup bottle. Listen, bright boy, he said from the kitchen to George. Stand a little further along the bar. You move a little to the left, Max. He was like a photographer arranging for a group picture. Talk to me, bright boy, Max said. What do you think's going to happen? George did not say anything. I'll tell you, Max said. We're going to kill a Swede. Do you know a big Swede named Oil Anderson? Yes. He comes here to eat every night, don't he? Sometimes he comes here at 6 o'clock, don't he? If he comes, we know all that, right, boy? Max said. Talk about something else. Ever go to the movies? Once in a while. You ought to go to the movies more. The movies are fine for a bright boy like you. What are you going to kill old Anderson for? What did he ever do to you? He never had a chance to do anything to us. He never even seen us. And he's only going to see us once. Al said from the kitchen. What are you going to kill him for then? George asked. We're killing him for a friend. Just to oblige a friend, bright boy. Shut up, said Al from the kitchen. You talk too damn much. Well, I got to keep bright boy amused, don't I, bright boy? You talk too damn much, Al said. The cook and my bright boy are amused by themselves. I got them tied up like a couple of girlfriends in the convent. I suppose you were in a convent. You never know. You were in a kosher convent? That's where you were. George looked up at the clock. If anybody comes in, you tell them the cook is off. And if they keep after, you tell them you'll go back and cook yourself. Do you get that, bright boy? All right, George said. What you going to do with us afterward? That'll depend, Max said. That's one of those things you never know at the time. George looked up at the clock. It was 6:15. The door from the street opened. A streetcar motorman came in. Hello, George, he said. Can I get supper? Sam's going out, George said. He'll be back in about half an hour. I better go up the street, the motorman said. George looked at the clock. It was 20 minutes past 6. That was nice, bright boy, Max said. You're a regular little gentleman. He knew I'd blow his head off, Al said from the kitchen. No, said Max. It ain't that. Bright boy is nice. He's a nice boy. I like him. At 6:55, George said, he's not coming. 2 other people had been in the lunchroom. Once George had gone out to the kitchen and made a ham and egg sandwich to go that a man wanted to take with him. Inside the kitchen, he saw Al, his derby hat tipped back, sitting on a stool beside the wicket with the muzzle of a sawed-off shotgun resting on the ledge. Nick and the cook were back to back in the corner, a towel tied in each of their mouths. George had cooked the sandwich, wrapped it up in oiled paper, put it in a bag, brought it in, and the man had paid for it and gone out. That boy can do everything, Max said. He can cook and everything. You'd make some girl a nice wife, bright boy. Yes, George said. Your friend, old Anderson, isn't going to come. Well, give him 10 minutes, Max said. Max watched the mirror and the clock. The hands of the clock marked 7 o'clock, and then 5 minutes past 7. Come on now, said Max. We better go. He's not coming. Better give him 5 minutes, Hal said from the kitchen. In the 5 minutes, a man came in, and George explained that the cook was sick. Why the hell don't you get another cook? The man asked. Aren't you running a lunch counter? He went out. Come on now, Max said. What about the 2 bright boys and the cook? They're all right. You think so? Sure. We're through with it. I don't like it, said Al. It's sloppy. You talk too much. Oh, what the hell, said Max. We got to keep amused, haven't we? You talk too much all the time, Al said. He came out from the kitchen. The cut-off barrels of the shotgun made a slight bulge under the waist of his too tight-fitting overcoat. He straightened his coat with his gloved hands. So long, bright boy, he said to George. You got a lot of luck. That's the truth, Max said. You ought to play the races, bright boy. The two of them went out the door. George watched them through the window, pass under the arc light, and cross the street. In their tight overcoats and derby hats, they looked like a vaudeville team. George went back through the swinging door into the kitchen, untied Nick and the cook. I don't want any more of that, said Sam the cook. I don't want any more of that. Nick stood up. He had never had a towel in his mouth before. Say, he said, what the hell? He was trying to swagger it off. They were going to kill old Anderson, George said. They were going to shoot him when he came in to eat. Old Anderson? Sure. The cook felt the corners of his mouth with his thumbs. They all gone? He asked. Yeah, said George. They're gone now. I don't like it, said the cook. I don't like it, any of it, at all. Listen, George said to Nick. You better go see old Anderson. All right. Better not have anything to do with it at all. Sam, the cook, said, you better stay way out of it. Mixing up in this ain't going to get you anywhere, the cook said. You stay out of it. I'll go see him, Nick said to George. Where does he live? The cook turned away. Little boys always know what they want to do, he said. He lives up at Hirsch's rooming house, George said to Nick. I'll go up there. Outside, the arc light shone through the bare branches of a tree. Nick walked up the street beside the car tracks and turned at the next arc light down a side street. 3 houses up the street was Hirsch's rooming house. Nick walked up the 2 steps and pushed the bell. A woman came to the door. Is old Anderson here? Do you want to see him? Yes, if he's in. Nick followed the woman up a flight of stairs and back to the end of the corridor. She knocked on the door. Who is it? Somebody to see you, Mr. Anderson, the woman said. It's Nick Adams. Come in. Nick opened the door and went into the room. Old Anderson was lying on the bed with all his clothes on. He had been a heavyweight prize fighter, and he was too long for the bed. He lay with his head on 2 pillows. He did not look at Nick. What was it? He asked. I was up at Henry's, Nick said, and 2 fellas came in and tied up me and the cook, and they said they were going to kill you. It sounded silly when he said it. Old Anderson said nothing. They put us out in the kitchen, Nick went on. They were going to shoot you when you came in to supper. Old Anderson looked at the wall and did not say anything. George thought I better come and tell you about it. There isn't anything I can do about it, old Anderson said. I'll tell you what they were like. I don't want to know what they were like, old Anderson said. He looked at the wall. Thanks for coming to tell me about it. That's all right. Nick looked at the big man lying on the bed. Don't you want me to go and see the police? No, old Anderson said. That wouldn't do any good. Isn't there something I could do? No, there ain't anything to do. Maybe it was just a bluff. No, it ain't just a bluff. Old Anderson rolled over toward the wall. The only thing is, he said, talking to the wall, I just can't make up my mind to go out. I've been in here all day. Couldn't you get out of town? No, old Anderson said. I'm through with all that running around. He looked at the wall. There ain't anything to do now? Couldn't you fix it up somewhere? No, I got in wrong. He talked in the same flat voice. There ain't anything to do. After a while, I'll make up my mind to go out. I better go back and see George, Nick said. So long, said old Anderson. He did not look toward Nick. Thanks for coming around. Nick went out. As he shut the door, he saw old Anderson with all his clothes on, lying on the bed looking at the wall. He's been in his room all day, the landlady said downstairs. I guess he don't feel well. I said to him, Mr. Anderson, you ought to go out and take a walk on a nice fall day like this. But he didn't feel like it. He doesn't want to go out. I'm sorry he don't feel well, the woman said. He's an awfully nice man. He was in the ring, you know. I know. You'd never know it, except from the way his face is, the woman said. They stood, talking just inside the street door. He's just as gentle. Well, good night, Mrs. Hirsch, Nick said. I'm not Mrs. Hirsch, the woman said. She owns the place. I just look after it for her. I'm Mrs. Bell. Well, good night, Mrs. Bell, Nick said. Good night, the woman said. Nick walked up the dark street to the corner under the arc light, and then along the car tracks to Henry's eating house. George was inside back of the counter. Did you see all? Yes, said Nick. He's in his room and he won't go out. The cook opened the door from the kitchen when he heard Nick's voice. I don't even listen to it, he said and shut the door. Did you tell him about it? George asked. Sure, I told him, but he knows what it's all about. What's he going to do? Nothing. They'll kill him. I guess they will. He must have got mixed up in something in Chicago. I guess so, said Nick. It's a hell of a thing. It's an awful thing, Nick said. They did not say anything. George reached down for a towel and wiped the counter. I wonder what he did, Nick said. Double-crossed somebody. That's what they killed him for. I'm going to get out of this town, Nick said. Yes, said George. That's a good thing, too. I can't stand to think about him waiting in the room and knowing he's going to get it. It's too damned awful. Well, said George, you better not think about it. Yeah, now that's a really good horror set in a contemporary, obviously it's through mob hitmen going to put the bullet in a guy that messed up a prize fighter. Probably didn't take a dive in a fight, if I had to guess. So, I hate to say it, the story probably influenced Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction. I could see because Tarantino reads everything. I mean that's why he's been so successful with his script writing, and he's man, that's a dude that definitely he's trekked a long path and he's done great work and all that. So yeah, we don't just talk about books when we do this kind of media. Yep, revival is indeed a class. Yep, Stephen, I'm glad to see that you came back, man. Yeah, we've been running a lot of we just did Hemingway. I had to do a Hemingway horror. I've been wanting to do a Hemingway horror story, and we talked. Me and Thomas were talking about it. All right, and the eyes have it. I got Thomas. Thomas, I'm going to look over your story and get it out this week. You know. Yes, I have heard of Nightfall. Nightfall had one called The Hit. I've been wanting to check the series, the Canadian radio series, definitely. Yeah, they did good. They did good. They did some good selections and all of that. I'm surprised. As much of a fan of paranormal, science fiction, horror, ghost stories, I'm surprised Dan Aykroyd hasn't stepped up to put something out like that. Aykroyd's a good writer. He's done his fair share of research and reading. He could definitely. I mean, he's doing some TV paranormal stuff, but man, if he ever dove into doing something like Nightfall, he was on was Tom Green. Tom Green's turned into a cowboy. Who would have thought Tom Green? Tom Green's got him a farm. He's out. He brings celebrities out to his farm in the middle of the Canadian wilderness. Yeah, yeah. NPR and parents called on. Yeah, yeah. It was. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was rough, man. They didn't play around there. They did some episodes that. Yeah. I think there was a lost episode that popped up a few years later. I believe. They always have. Do you notice the same trend? An episode that was so good that it gets lost for a while, and then they decide one day, oh, we found it, bring it back. Probably, it's almost like it's a trick. Yeah, yeah, boy, great episodes indeed. Yeah, I'm hitting these emoticons and just yeah talking. Yeah, Stephen, I just did. Yeah, well, you probably know I did uh the Killers by Ernest Hemingway. I couldn't resist it, man. It's a great story. Beyond Midnight and Quiet, please. Two good radio series. Oh wow, Beyond Midnight. Yeah, I'm gonna check those out. I watched a weird one yesterday. Uh, me and my wife were watching the Twilight Zone, the 1980s version Twilight Zone. In fact, there's a spider episode in this modern Twilight Zone that was written by George R. R. Martin, and I think it was no Sand Kings was in the Outer Limits. Yeah, George Martin's one of his first stories that hit big was the Sand Kings about micro alien species, two warring micro alien species, and all of that. Kind of remind me of the ear thing from the Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan. That one I don't know. I hadn't seen. I knew Burt Lancaster did a lot of monster movies. I'm gonna have to check that out. I wouldn't be surprised. Hemingway had a tight. He had a tight friendship with Hollywood. I mean, obviously, when you do the For Whom the Bell Tolls, and yeah, 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 they had some really good. It was funny to see a Sidney Sheldon written script. Sidney Sheldon of the famed uh, literary fame, Sidney Sheldon, did you basically call it a science fiction horror script uh, of storytelling, and William Peterson was playing the lead in it. William Peterson that later played in CSI, and then what's her name? It was a bunch of different actors in there that went on to big fame, but the story was pretty straightforward. It was the people went mad from a man who they, it almost had a Lovecraftian feel to it, with a fella coming from the Orient that if he whispered to you, you could lose your mind. Yeah, I think the only problem with the movie was you could tell it was William Peterson's first. Uh, it was his first like big starring role, and they did a fight sequence, and it was so badly choreographed. I was just like, oh come on, man. Yeah, Manhunter is an underrated gem. Manhunter is definitely underrated. That I feel like personally, he to me that's Silence of the Lambs. And nothing against Anthony Hopkins did a great Hannibal Lecter, and nobody would have known Silence of the Lambs before Anthony Hopkins turned Anthony. Well, I mean, it's Anthony Hopkins, but yeah, Peterson is. They could have done Peterson. No, yeah, if they could have. Peterson should have been involved in the Silence of the Lamb project. I mean, it's a classic anyway. What can I say? Yeah, he definitely did. The CSI stuff too. Later on, he was good in that. Yeah, I watched some of that stuff in the early days, but then it got ridiculous. They went too far with it. And then even when you go and look back on it, you see a lot of like, yeah, okay, that's how you would like it to go with forensics investigations. Yeah. All right, let's see what we can run into now. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. Yeah. Brian Cox. Yeah, Brian Cox was. Yeah, Brian Cox is just on a different plane, man. Him and I would have liked to. I don't know if him and Anthony Hopkins did the. Yeah, both of them did great work. Yeah, but yeah, when it comes to capturing, Brian Cox captured what the book was what the book was about. Whereas I don't know the psychological aspects of Anthony Hopkins, the way he framed it. Yeah, that's another guy too, man. Anthony Hopkins. I don't know what's going on. These guys are getting. Anthony Hopkins is putting out gigantic orchestras and music right now. He's all over the place. Uh, I won't be surprised. Like William Shatner start. Captain Kirk just did a metal album like Christopher Lee did just before he passed. I hope Shatner's okay. Somebody check in on William Shatner. When they start doing metal albums, I get worried. Oh yeah. All right, let's see where we're gonna go to next. It's Tales of Terror. Oh, yeah, yeah. Scotland's had some incredible. There was a fellow that got on the Chad the other day. I believe he's working a shipyard in Scotland. He was pretty intense. Has some history. I've been to Scotland. Actually, it was a funny story. I was supposed to be getting on a boat in 2 days, and they moved up the time when I was getting on the ship to go into the North Sea. And then and my captain, instead of going south, he decided to go north in the North Sea. We went around the north of Scotland, sailed across, and went right over where the Titanic sank, which is an area that's a creepy place, man. Been around some creepy sailing over the spot when you get to where the Titanic is sunk. I think they put jammers in. All phone, all telecommunicate, all communication, all navigation went out. And I know it's because they didn't want people being able. My navigator, on the vessel I was on, the New Venture, which is now a reef off the coast of Alabama, uh, he, uh, he plotted us to follow the same route as Titanic, which we could have easily become the Titanic with the New Venture, like a big floating flat bottom boat going down, and then we beat a hurricane getting into Texas. Yeah, that was a wild ride. Yes, Scotland has some history. Yeah, I got to go walk around and check all that out. Then I found out years later that I've got Scottish heritage. That was wild. I had, yeah, a lot of friends from Scotland. Yeah, incredible. Yeah, recently I did Dusty Death, guys. It was by Violet and Meffley. I'll talk a little bit. That was a pretty cool mummy. It was different. It's not the usual where the mummy comes to life thing. This was, y'all probably read the narration. Yeah, that was a good one and all that. I wanted to try to put a couple of different writers. I tried to put different voices in. No, no, that's why it's the reef off the coast of. Yeah, we had to bring that into the Gulf of Mexico, and they were doing underwater seismic shoots. Uh, it was yeah. I was out on the deck a lot, walking and keeping tabs on stuff. Yeah, I was doing safety consultancy work, working for yeah, was it Seabird? Yeah, Seabird at the time. Fairfield Notable, yeah, because I was in their they put me in one of their magazines. Yeah, it's kind of ironic. It's so funny for me, man. Yeah, I spent a few years doing the animation stuff, y'all, because I want it to be more about literature than me. Yeah, the Cyclops. No, I hadn't heard about that. I know that. I'm sure Rogan talked about it. They got the perfect two guys squared off the other day. Joe Rogan with Mr. Baldwin and all that. Barry Allen and Joe Rogan talking about the headless people in the Northwest Territory and talking about they went into yeah, they talked about the outlaw. He started it with the outlaw pass, which man, when you go and research that, that's a I was but no, the Cyclops. What's that about? The Cyclops that disappeared. I know if you talk to Metatron, he'll swear that they have Cyclops all over the islands of Greece, real ones, which genetically speaking isn't too far of a possibility. I don't know about the gigantism part and all of that. Hey boy. All right, let's see what we can do next. Read. Yeah, I've done Jack London before. I was thinking about Jack London. Let me see what I'm going to do. Yeah, I read the horror the other day on the full version of the horror on the other when I was break. I wanted to get back into get knocking the rust off, guys. I hadn't publicly spoken in a few years, and then to do so in this kind of meeting just isn't bad. I mean, you're in a more control when you're having to give a public speech to 100,000 people and all that, and you got dust flying in your face and people running around with hyenas and camels and whatnot. Yeah, you got crowds and all, and you also have to worry about the security aspect of being in a crowd like that. This is to me this medium. I mean, this was a as my wife reminded me, I should have done this a few years ago, but I wasn't ready then. I needed a little time. Besides that, I was focused more on the writing. Yeah, just let you, Stephen and Thomas, and yeah, that's the new covers for the books. Actually, the Island of the Giant Snail book is doing good. I still got to get that book to Bone Daddy over at Woods of Terror. Yeah. Oh, no problem, man. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, yeah. I got 200 chickens I got to go check on in a bit here down in a hollow. So yeah, I totally get life getting in the way. Yeah, naval ship. Yeah, the seismic crew I was working with, the Venture, we found that we were working with the scientists that found that forest down there off the coast of Alabama. There's a sunken cypress forest, ancient cypress forest, and all of that. We incorporated RV and divers on our vessels, so yeah, we were part of that. I was also on that. Yeah, I've done a lot of ocean stuff. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep. Well, yeah. They eat well. Yeah. And can't keep up with the egg business. Yeah. Eggs. We do that on this. Yeah. 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 We do. Yeah. I got that. And yeah. 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 Keeps me busy. When I need to walk away from the computer and go and quit writing, that's what I do. I'll walk down there. Get some of my ideas for some of my, yeah, some of the creature ideas, especially if you got to go down. The other night, it's funny. The other night, when I was doing the chat the other night. I was doing from 8 to midnight. Something screamed out that one of the chickens screamed out by the thing, and I ran out and not thinking. I run out in the middle of the fog without anything and went down there, and you couldn't see 2 feet in front of you. No, you hadn't sent me the farming life. Yeah, that'd be a good one. We probably get a lot more views with the farming life one. Yeah, yeah, send it, man. Well, we'll read it. Yeah. They, yeah, but like I was saying, I went down there in that thick fog, and boy, I tell you, there's nothing like an Appalachian mountain fog. Whew, I thought Louisiana fogs were thick. All right, let's see what we can do. Should I do the withdrawal? Nah, it's still. You know what? For the first time ever, let's do it. I'm going to bring out the. Let me. I'm gonna bring out the, the story that we had. What did, yeah. No, I don't know if I can do that. No, I can't do it. No, I'd like to, but I can't. I got the story out in submissions right now. Yeah, I was gonna bring out House of Sununos, but I have it's submitted. It's submitted to a publisher. They wanted to a couple of the magazines. Well, I've been we got four of clubs that got put on the Crystal Lake publishers. They put it out on there in the finalists, which was cool, man. That was a voodoo magic story that it was it's a magician. He's a like you. I was trying to bring in a bunch of different aspects and all of that, and they wanted magician to deal with the devil for their competition, and so I mean, it was a shoe in to bring in the mystique aspects of that and add them together. Which I made it a dark com. It's actually more of a com. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. Well, out here we got to deal with mountain lions, foxes. Uh, there may or may not be red wolves around here and all that. They say that they don't have mountain lions in Georgia, but I'm going to tell you, you got mountain lions to the east, you got mountain lions to the west, you got mountain lions to the north in Carolina, you got mountain lions in the south in Florida. So the idea that we don't, and then there's videos of mountain lions, and I sat on a rocky bluff overlooking, which I didn't know it at the time. I did not know the history of the Duncan Ridge before I went hiking the Duncan Ridge. No, we're Knox from there, not too far. Uh, Probably 4 hours. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, we're right on the mountain border of all these mountainous areas. Yeah, right in the heart of Appalachia. But yeah, they're mountain lions. I've seen mountain lions up here on two occasions and all of that. Tell you what, when you hear that animal cry out, that'll scare the hell out of you. Let's see what we can find. These are all 10. Yeah, we did the Telltale Heart already. It's 7 pages lost. Let's do The Mysterious Mansion by Honoré de Balzac. Yeah, he's one I've been wanting to narrate for a while. So let's do him. We'll record him on here. Let's see. Yeah, let me get on. He's a great horror writer. If you've never had, yeah, I mean, he put him in the same category as Guy Maupassant, which I'm still, man. There, I put some. I wrote a story the other day that I need to that I submitted to one of the a couple of the magazines. I'm building, keeping the. You want to keep your wits about you and keep sharp. Yeah, that's what I do. I submit to magazines. If you want to get humiliated, or if you want to, get say, hey, yeah, still, yeah, yeah, they don't play around, man. I remember Bobcat. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Ignore them. They don't have this Streamlabs thing. That yeah, they're trying to. They don't understand what the book community is about. Yeah, not happening. Nah, I know what you about. You know what you about. Streamlabs. You and I both know what you're doing and all of that. You're not gonna scare people off the chat. I don't know who you are, but I'm gonna find out who you are. And you and I both know who you are. So you just cut it out. Yeah, guys, this is what you deal with sometimes. Clowns pretending to be clowns. All right. Oh, we're not going to do ambulance bits. Let's go find. I'm gonna find. Yeah, that's right up. Well, it figures. He's right before. Yeah. I got him in my listing. Work on him. Let me go back. Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I appreciate it. I'll look it over, man. We'll put it out in a narrative format sometime this week. You know, I'm gonna probably do these. I'm gonna try to do these once a week. I'm giving about like both venues, but like I said, the venue. This, I mean, I can put the scenes up and all of that for there, but I like to get more actively involved in the. I want to put media up too. You know, and it's like, see, y'all missing out on the fact that I could put music out, or if I want to put out new stuff and all of that, and then I can showcase some things. You know what? Yeah, let's do the mysterious mansion. All right. Yeah, Honore. Most of the if new people coming on board or people that are listening, Honore de Balzac is one of the original classic horror 18th century whatnot. He's one of the when you think about that group of people that you know they use fluid language and they spoke eloquently, but at the same time effectively, and they're very efficient on their pacing and setting up intrigue with throughout. And their stories were a lot like puzzle pieces and everything. And you might even could say Honor could bring speculative in all of that, which like Robert Aikman and those guys later on would follow up with and do their own thing. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks, man. Awesome. All right, let's do the mysterious manager. Honoré de Balzac. About 100 yards from the town of Vendôme, on the borders of the Loire, there is an old gray house, surmounted by very high gables, and so completely isolated that neither Tanyard nor shabby hostelry, such as you may find at the entrance to all small towns, exist in its immediate neighborhood. In front of this building, overlooking the river, is a garden where the once well-trimmed box borders that used to define the walks now grow wild as they list. Several willows that spring from the Lord have grown as rapidly as the hedge that encloses it and have concealed the house. The rich vegetation of those weeds that we call foul adorns the sloping shore. Fruit trees neglected from the last 10 years no longer yield their harvest, and their shoots form coppices. The wall fruit grows like hedges against the walls. Paths once graveled are overgrown with moss, but, to tell the truth, there is no trace of a path from the height of the hill to which clings the ruins of the old castle of the Dukes of Vendôme, the only spot whence the eye can plunge into this enclosure. It strikes you that at a time not easy to determine, this plot of land was the delight of a country gentleman who cultivated roses and tulips and horticulture in general, and who was, besides, a lover of fine fruit. An arbor is still visible, or rather the debris of an arbor, where there is a table that time has not quite destroyed. The aspect of this garden of bygone days suggests the negative joys of peaceful, provincial life, as one might reconstruct the life of a worthy tradesman by reading the epitaph on its tombstone. Oh, he's starting to bring it. As if to complete it the sweetness and sadness of the ideas that possess one's soul. One of the walls displays a sundial decorated with the following commonplace Christian inscription: Ultimam cogita. The roof of this house is horribly dilapidated. The shutters are always closed. The balconies are covered with swallows' nests. The doors are perpetually shut. Weeds have drawn green lines in the cracks of the flights of steps. The locks and bolts are rusty. Sun, moon, winter, summer, and snow have worn the paneling, warped the boards, gnawed the paint. The lugubrious silence which reigns there is only broken by birds, cats, martins, rats, and mice, free to course to and fro, to fight and to eat each other. Everywhere an invisible hand has graven the word mystery. Pooh, man. As I said, as good as Guy de Maupassant was, this guy. Should your curiosity lead you to glance at this house from the side that points to the road, you would perceive a great door which the children of the place have riddled with holes. I afterward heard that this door had been closed for the last 10 years. Through the holes broken by the boys, you would have observed the perfect harmony that existed between the facades of both garden and courtyard. In both the same disorder prevails. Tufts of weeds encircle the paving stones. Enormous cracks furrow the walls, round whose blackened crests twine the thousand garlands of the pellitory. The steps are out of joint. The wire of the bell is rusted. The sprouts are cracked. What fire from heaven has fallen here? What tribunal has decreed that salt should be strewn on this dwelling? Has God been blasphemed? Has France been betrayed? Yep. These are the questions we ask ourselves, but get no answer from the crawling things that haunt the place. Man, if you can't feel that, woof. The empty and deserted house is a gigantic enigma, of which the key is lost. In bygone times, it was a small fief, and bears the name of the Grand British. Yeah, man, I couldn't wait to get my hands on this one. Um, I'm gonna probably come back and I want to record this one and do a good, like I said, do a good follow up on it. If you're gonna write a haunted house, this is where you come research. This is the guy you come. If you want to write a ghost story, this is one of the guys you come to. Algernon Blackwood, and you come to Honoré de Balzac. You get these two guys, and you can work. You definitely can work some magic. Let me. I'll do something. I'll do a treat here. We're gonna do a special recording of this the Mysterious Mansion because it's just so good, man. I'm gonna pull out something new I'm working on and let you guys listen to that for a minute. Yeah, Aikman, go read. Yeah, Aikman is definitely to be read. His best stuff will leave you. You're still wondering. I'm still some of his stories you're wondering about for days. He's got some stuff. You like? Well, I'm gonna read a little bit of something I wrote that heavily was influenced by Aikman. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Um, yeah, y'all probably saw me talk about this probably saw me talk about this one before. I think I put a quote up the other day about it. Um, Let me go ahead and yeah, we'll read it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wanted to definitely get this one out today. Get something out today. Yes, ancient sorceries. I was rereading ancient sorceries the other day. Thomas, they yeah, he's got a yeah, that ancient sorceries is a great story. It's something. There's something about it when you go back over the style and then you read the other ones and you can piece things together. You know, yeah. There goes the double NS archive. Aikman is great. Yeah, I started with the stains. The stains is just ridiculous. That would if you ever wanted, yeah, that definitely encapsulated, man. Classic Aikman there, and then he's got a lot of. They put some of his stuff on TV, but it just didn't register like the stories do. Yeah, great stuff. Uh, he always leaves you wondering, like I don't know, you could take a direction in three or four different directions with him, the way he does. Yeah, yeah, you got that right about eight. Dark entries is yeah, I think that's was the stains. No, stains is its own thing. Yeah, yes. Uh, I'll have to look. I don't. Yeah. Did you send me Lost Boys? I'm gonna have to look, Thomas. I know. Yeah, you sent a couple of them, and the cat story was a great piece. Uh, yeah, your Halloween story obviously has become a classic on the show. The yeah, I'm gonna read through some of the stuff you sent and try to get some of it out when I can. Two of a kind, yeah, I believe you sent that one. If not, I'll email you for sure to follow up on it. Yeah, they check out if you haven't read Robert Aikman, you need to read some Robert Aikman, Thomas. You got your style's a lot like it. Uh, the subtleties and stuff that you put in there and the nuance. Well, Aikman takes it on a whole different. You'll see. I like Aikman. Aikman's been like one of those ones that I go to. Yeah, he's yeah, when you're writing some of you're adding stuff in sometimes in your exposition and all, and then you bring a little bit of subtlety to the end towards your ending. Yeah, that's got that's I mean, it's almost like reading Aikman in a lot of ways and all that. But yeah, let's do a little bit brief read on this is a new story. I tentatively titled it "Witch Forest." Yeah, like they just said, the dark entries ones, those stories. Yeah, he's very descriptive in his imagery. You've got good descriptions in your imagery and a good flow. The mermaid story, the mermaid fountain story that you had that we put out, that one was a that's you almost I mean when you read it you're gonna be like wow this is like what I write, you know. I know that feeling when you're writing and you're doing something and then you stumble across somebody that did it in a different kind of direction and you can learn. You definitely could pick up a lot from it. You'll definitely like it. You like that speculative stuff. You'll definitely like that. He's not just speculative though. He can bring it, man. When he brings that horror, you know it. You know, and it's real. It's like Ramsey Campbell horror. Like it's real horror. It's not gore and it's not you know absurdities and stuff like that. Ramsey with his one of the best so far. I want to read his new. I got to read Ramsey's new book, but Ancient Images. Go read that one too. You're gonna like Ancient Images. It's man, that was a bonkers wild. It's folklore, yeah, yeah. Ramsey Campbell's Ancient Images. That was a wild one, man. That was like first time I was like, yeah, you could do it. That's how you do it. That's how you write hard. Like when you're done, you're thinking after. You know. All right, we're gonna do the Witch Forest. I'm gonna briefly read this, guys. I want to I don't want to give too much away, but give y'all some level where we went with this one. And I did this one because there was a contest that come up, and I just wanted to challenge myself. Arthur Blackstone loved all things dark and ominous in nature. As he passed the cemetery in the moonlight, he didn't shudder but relished in its silvery baked shadows. Instead of whistling to morning bird song, he waited anxiously the day's end. Then, giddy with anticipation, he twirled and sang heartily to the evening bats darting and weaving in the twilight of emerald forest gloom. The slimy ooze of a slug across his shoe was not reviled, but studied for the seashell shimmer the creature left in its wake. But of all his dark loves, the endless swath of moss Arthur Blackstone cherished most of all. He felt a covenant between himself and the fluorescent carpet that seemed endless, eternal, and all engulfing across the ancient Appalachian Mountains. In the nature of things, love was equally endless, eternal, and all engulfing across one's heart, non parallel as the alluring sway of night, as mysterious as a fluted song in an ancient wood. Music was there as well to guide him into the bosom of his beloved moss. Whether through his imagination or some dark, archaic like sorcery, Arthur met, and I'll leave it right there for y'all. Japanese folk, yeah, that was just what it was. Yeah, I just wanted to read a little bit from the new story. It's I'll give you a little bit more of a peek of what we did here. There's Appalachian legends around here that abound about a group called the Whisperers, and strangely enough, of all the places, we've got a lot of crazy history around us there. But I just happen to be one of the. It comes up on the top 10 of places of mysterious disappearances and all. And I've been trekking up and down on this in this trek because it's such a beautiful place, but you never see anybody on it. It's called the Duncan Ridge. And in fact, there was a let's see, after the Bigfoot incident in 2021, it was about a year or so later, and I finally got the courage to get back out and get up in the mountains. That I was traversing the Duncan Ridge. I went to my spot where I normally would sit, and where I'd seen the mountain line. I think like one of my first treks up in the Appalachians. That's when I knew we were in a different kind of place up here. But there was a. I kept going on the Duncan Ridge. I wanted to see how far I could. I wanted to take it down to get toward the Benton Mackay, which is it's like a more rural and remote uh, trail that's as large as the Appalachian Trail. I was going along the second mountain across, passing Duncan Ridge, uh, past an outcrop, and I found a shredded tent, and I was like, "What the hell?" So yeah, it was kind of a creepy thing, man. Finding a tent a year after, to the date after running into a Bigfoot in the middle of the Appalachians. That was pretty wild, man. The guy, whoever it was, had left their dog tags and left all their stuff lined out, and the tent was shredded. Like it had been there a while. And it gave me creeps, I'll tell you that much. And then I find out about the Duncan Ridge Whisperers. So this is one of the quotes from the story that I wrote, heavily influenced by that legend. These locals and their whisperers, such utter silliness. They must be scaring people off while they hide their stills up in the caves. Or God only knows. Maybe something more nefarious. Yeah. Yeah, something in the air. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, Japanese folk horror. That must. Yeah, The Ring. The Grudge. I didn't really like The Grudge that much, and everybody raved about the Japanese version of both. Yeah, I think the actors the actors were better, but the problem was with them. They didn't have the special effect. I don't know. It just didn't feel the same. And then I didn't like reading as much on it at the time. It took me out of the experience. That's my problem with when you try to do movies in a foreign language. A lot of times you're being taken. I mean, if you have to read it, or I mean, even if you do understand the language, you still got to change your mindset a little bit when you're doing it. All right, man. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I don't want to get too much into it because I want to let's save the story as a surprise. All right, but I just wanted to give y'all a sneak peek into that. Okay, let's go back to the. Yeah, let's get back to. Let's see, we got poetry. Uh, I'll tell you, I'll give y'all another treat. We'll do the intro to the Iron. Yeah, it's the final draft. Yeah, yeah, we talked about that already. I don't know if I had read this to you. I'm gonna read the prologue to Island of the Giant Snail. We got a little bit of time left. I did this. Like I said, it's a well. Our, people, somebody asked me. One of the guys asked me the other day about where I came up with the idea for writing about giant snails in the Atchafalaya backwater basin. And my best I'd say it's a combination of things. For one, there's been an influx of snails into the ecosystem. Uh, Most likely from people bringing them from overseas. There's a giant snail in Nigeria. I was shocked when I saw. Every morning I would leave from my hotel and we would ride in a convoy to it, and I would see these villagers selling stuff on the side of the road, and it was giant snails. They're huge. They're about that big, man. You can see it on the camera. Yeah, they're huge. These creatures, and they'd be like almost a foot or more long. And they would go and hunt them down in the woods and skewer 'em. And somebody asked me, "What did they taste like?" I said, "Well, if you've ever chewed on the one I tried there one time, tasted like chewing on a leather tire. Yeah. Leather and tire don't go well, if you know what I mean." But yeah, from there, yeah, yeah, I remember that story. That was a good story. Patricia Highsmith, yeah, yeah, Highsmith, not yeah, Hightower. Yeah, somebody's been watching Game of Thrones. Uh, yeah, yeah, her snail story was pretty good. It was pretty simplistic. She had the guy go out in his sailboat, swim to the island, and all of that. So there was some stuff there when I was reading it. It was like, yeah, this is pretty good. But I said it was a beach environment, and then I forget what had happened to him. I forget how they ended, but yeah, yeah, we can definitely say we got some inspiration from the story. But what I liked was the with this story, I said, well, let's make it where it's more than that. That it's more about it bring a family, bring in a family, a body count, move the setting away from. I mean, the beach setting's nice and all, but I mean, when you want to talk about primordial giant creatures and stuff like that, jungle, swamp to me are the two. So I was going to originally write it in an Indonesian jungle type environment, which they're probably got. If there's a place that's going to have them, yeah, the areas of the Indonesian islands, those volcanic areas, primordial areas, yeah, they might have them. Louisiana, well, I mean, I had to go that way because that's where I know a lot of the culture and the history over there. So that's what we did. We wrote a book. We wrote this not. We made it. It was going to. It was a short story, as y'all know, and I recorded some of the short story on here, a condensed version, just like I'm doing with one Scotch, one bourbon, one beer is going to get turned into common out. Not common out. It's going to get turned into Judas Mill. And yeah, why not? Swamp vampires. What better creatures to go to terrify? But yeah, let's go ahead and we'll read. I'm going to read the prologue to Island of the Giant Snail. And Stuart Baker heard the banging of bare fists upon a wooden cabin door and the whistling winds under the varnished door's cracks. Both annoyed and angry, the shell geologist hastened to sit up from his concrete bed and groan. Then begrudgingly he walked toward the incessant pounding. Pulling the cabin door with a furious force, he peered out, rubbing exhausted eyes. His second in charge of the expedition, Lucas Mormont, hurried into his room, wide-eyed with terror. The strange man, with eyes the color of sea and sky, mumbled and stuttered. "It almost got me, Stu. These things are smart." Stuart studied Lucas in dismissive disbelief. He had always been the most peculiar of men with his nervousness. Stuart had lost patience with the man too many times over his superstitious nature, especially around this accursed Avoca Island. How Lucas Mormon had ever become a scientist, much less an oil man, was a mystery to him. Lucas continued his weird pantomime with jerking motions to the looming swamp outside of Stuart's door. "I warned you that this was a dangerous place to survey, Stuart. Now, we done lost two of our top guys overnight." Stuart narrowed his stare, pointed to the smaller survey boats attached, and growled. "What do you mean, we lost two guys overnight? Drinking and sneaking off will get a man fired for sure with me." "Wasn't drinking, Mr. Baker." Lucas tried composing himself by rubbing his fingers through his auburn hair and straightening his disheveled flannel shirt. But glancing back out in the moonlit swamp, he became nervously unhinged again. "Something in the swamp took him." "You saw something take on me. What was it? An alligator or a swamp cat?" Stuart knew something had to have happened to break his trusted friend. Though they disagreed on a lot of things, especially superstitious myths and the like, Lucas's behavior was way out of sorts. Maybe the something he was spouting on about had almost got him too. Maybe a near-death encounter with a predator had broken a man's spirit, just as this entire nightmare of an oil job was breaking Stuart's iron will to continue the project. Lucas concurred with crazed eyes that inferred a festering insanity about to be unleashed. A damaged mind and soul that would never be quite sane again. "I did. One creature struck out like a cobra. I saw it get that bull of a man, Tommy Boudreaux. No man or animal ever bested him, but this thing got him. His fangs injected something that totally took Tommy out instantly. Then it pulled him into the swamp." "A snake took him out?" Lucas shook his head. "No." Stuart grimaced, trying not to seem pleased or horrified. "What was it then?" He never liked Tommy Boudreaux or his antics on the drill floor. Tommy had considered himself a Johnny Weissmuller or Tarzan of the swamp type. Stuart found he was more of a pompous, whining Clark Gable. He'd never want anyone, even Tommy Boudreaux, to get taken out like Lucas was describing. Lucas stared out into the swamp, shuddering. In the moment, Stuart found that the terrified man seemed more human than he had ever known him to be. His vivid gestures and flaming eyes made the genius finally seem to Stuart, well, mortal. Stuart couldn't begin to imagine what type of beast had put him in such a state. But Stuart would soon find out. Stuart would find out soon enough. He barked orders to snap Lucas back into reality. "We'll send out a search party. Get a team organized with flashlights and guns. Avoid any fire, though. No burning the forest or marsh. There's too much oil out there. Fire could end up burning for years in that massive bubbling pit. And Shell wouldn't take too kindly to a massive loss of revenue like that." Lucas, somewhat dazed, registered Stewart's order and nodded. Both walked out to talk with the oil survey team. Stewart, with Lucas now in tow, walked from the shadows of the crew boat out onto the moonlit deck of the vessel, the Elizabeth Bruce, observing the men. Ragged, tired men who smelled of the swamp and of petroleum were sitting in the center the Elizabeth Bruce's back deck. All 12 men were sitting in a circle, huddled with their backs facing inwards and their wide, panicked eyes fixed on the waters and swamp, surrounded by Bayou Shank. No one dared to drop their eyes. No one said a word or acknowledged the company me. Where's the floor hand and surveyor? Stewart looked in each man's face as he asked. No one said a word again, but a couple of the men winced, recalling something painful. I'll ask again if none of you answer. I'll elect somebody as the first to go out there and look. Where's the floor hand, Marty Gisclair? Where's the surveyor, Paul Frazier? Squat, stocky roustabout with an alfalfa tuft of blonde hair sticking up, uttered a croak. The snails took him. No, took ain't exactly what they did, though. Stewart leaned his head back and lifted his lantern to view the rest of the men more closely. What do you mean a snail took him, Rooster Battle? There ain't a snail that big in all the world. They got giant snails out in this devil's swamp, boss. Rooster answered them, then put his head down. The snails didn't just take him either. They fought over him like a bunch of dogs pulling and fighting over a bone. He gazed up with the same crazed look at Lucas. Oh, for the love of God, they pulled him apart in front of us. You guys are telling me a snail, a giant snail, ate two of our crew. The circle of all hands all nodded in agreement to Stewart. What the hell? Please tell me that you all have been drinking absinthe and lost your minds. A tall, lean, jaundiced man, Michael Poodle, brushed back his poodle curls and replied in frustration, It's the damn truth, company man. Believe us or not. Tommy and Marty, we eaten by a bunch of snails. Now what are you going to do about it? Stewart would recall the chestnut brown eyes of the guy. He'd recall the spiraling curls that had garnered him the nickname Poodle. And he'd recall how the moonlit caused the raven black hair to glisten in a fine sheen. But the rest of Poodle, long after the vicious carnivores decimated everyone, he would no longer be able to visualize. Poodle would fade into an indefinite ghost of memory. Suddenly, Stewart walked up and gripped Poodle's arm by the elbow. Reassured that the point was being made, he squeezed with a vice grip, grasping, hearing the creak of Poodle's flesh as he jerked the man up toward him. I tell you what I'm going to do. As the night winds whistled around Elizabeth Bruce and the ears of both men, Poodle, protesting, his free arm pleading. Let go, Stewart. You're hurting me. Company, man. Then the driller jerked his arm away, looking at Stewart reproachfully. A shell flag set high on Elizabeth Bruce's mast shifted and wheezed as a tattered sail. The flag seemed to speak to Stewart in the moment. The perilous balance of leadership and the danger of angry oilmen felt wrong. On still mornings, when exhausted men slept, Stewart would listen to the whispering flag and understand that peace and quiet were a virtue to the yelling and ear-damaging noise of heavy machinery punching holes into the earth. Now the flag whispered, You went too far with men who lost friends, Stewart. You called them liars and drunks after they broke their backs to find this reserve and protect Shell's interests. You pushed them too hard and hurt the most respected man. The Shell flag, as Stewart looked up to the night skies, seemed tired after their talk. It said as much, swaying and dropping pathetically against the sky. Stewart thought as he saw the men standing in a growing mob of rage. Tread carefully, Stewart. Some have killed men for less, I imagine. Try money. Money seems to always make angry men forget their dead friends. Stewart walked around each angry man showing no fear. He had to maintain the illusion, lest lose control of his team, putting his hands out in grand fashion and pointing to the moonlit swamp. For what you went through tonight, I'm going to compensate each man another $50. And you can be assured the families of both Tommy Boudreaux and Marty Gisclair will be compensated for their loss by Shell. Someone screamed in the back, What about the rest of the guys? And naturally, Stewart obliged. Seeing that the compensation was working to calm the mob and the men were pulling back from their rage, he decided to provoke them to action. Stewart angrily roared to motivate his men to do what moments before would have been impossible. Now, how about we kill these damn things for killing our friends? The men were all standing and let out a roar. Hell yeah! As they dispersed to get guns and lanterns, Stewart took out a fine Cohiba cigar. He set an even flame to light the robust tobacco. Something from the corner of his eye snapped back viciously. In the glance, Stewart, to his shock, had seen a flesh-colored, gelatinous mass that pulled back as he lit the tip of his cigar to a cherry flame. Everything happened all at once. Shimmering ooze fell from 5 different directions of the back deck simultaneously. Gelatinous snails appeared undulating upward from the waters of the swamp. Their movements were like earthquake tremors that shook the crew boat. Then cobra-like fangs and serrated teeth seemed to strike at once, picking several men off the boat in the same instance. Men slipped in pools of excrement slime as the larger bulk of the snails stayed locked at the sides of the vessel. A 6th snail joined the attack. It descended from above the deck, breaking the mast, holding the shell flag, and landed with a thud to the lower deck, nearly submerging the Elizabeth Bruce. It shot out its horned head and neck to attack Stewart. Reacting, Stewart threw his lit cigar at the beast, burning it. The snail screeched and squealed like 1,000 bats in one terrific blast. Then there was a second awful low whir that nearly made Stewart Baker vomit. As the burned snail screamed a second blast, Stewart folded into a fetal position, grabbing his ears. The second roaring sound caused Stewart's ears to bleed. Stewart would have died in the incapacitated moment as the screech bled his ears and rattled his brain. 2 snails had seized upon Stewart's predicament and poised to inject him with their dripping fangs. But just as one launched, Lucas walked up and fired a 10-gauge, blasting off one of the snail's eyes. The creature jerked back into the water in a pool of whitish ooze. The second snail lunged to kill Lucas. Pistol fire from a .45 on the left side of the creature by Selwyn Bourgeois pushed it to retreat as well into the murk. Selwyn screamed in triumph with Lucas Mormon. They both ran to grab a bewildered Stewart. We have to get out of here, Mr. Baker. They have the Elizabeth Bruce blocked in. We need to go that way, sir. Selwyn pointed to a rescue boat and a recently dug trenasse. Stewart could only hear the vibrations of their words. His hearing was lost from the screech of the snails, but his men pointing to escape registered. He took their hands and let them pull him to his feet hurriedly. Stewart nodded. He understood, but pointed to the blood from both his ears. Pushing the boat into the water, firing at another larger snail, Selwyn turned, shaking his head at Stewart. The snails did that with their scream? Stewart in a garbled voice said, yeah. The oilmen tried to follow Stewart, Lucas, and Selwyn. They too grabbed larger boats to follow them out into the night. A monstrous snail, larger than any of the previous ones, moved with a speed that stunned everyone and launched itself out of the water onto the back deck. As it landed on the deck, the weight of its tremendous girth crushed the remaining 4 men of Stewart's team. The rest were eaten by the snails. Deaf, as he would be for the rest of his days, Stewart Baker slowly glanced back. Sweat poured from his brow and mixed with the blood caked on his shirt. He half expected the colossus of the snails to roar down the trenasse in pursuit, crushing everything in its wake. He almost welcomed the death by such a terrifying beast, as opposed to the unnerving, palpable dread he'd have paddling 5 miles down the narrow ditch to the safety of Bayou Chene. And that was the prologue, guys. Yeah. I moved it, like I said, I had to tighten it up and move it faster. When I came back, I was coming back to put better illustrations and a new cover. And I went back and we put, we shaped, sharpened, carved, cut. There's a lot more going on. The snails are not just animals. They're highly intelligent, involved creatures. They're going to be they're not just a slow lumbering. When I was, like I explained before, when I wanted to bring them, I wanted to, you're putting them in a more modern setting. You have to have, how come these large animals weren't seen? What's causing them to be able to get away with what they do and not people not go down there and blast the hell out of them? So we're gonna add a lot of stuff. We're gonna add a lot of stuff to the well, we add not add. It's already done. The book's been written. And yeah, there'll be a lot more when you take this journey. These creatures are definitely going to have some horrific attacks on some of the unsuspecting, and then yeah, okay. So I'm just going to talk about. So we talk about updates. All right, as y'all already know, we're going to be releasing the Helen novel in October. I decided to sit down. These are finished, but I want to give you guys enough time. There are going to be 3 novels released for sure this year, but I want to make sure each one gets its own breathing time with audiences. Um, and then, like I said, it's just poignant to put the an Appalachian ghost town Appalachian vampire story in out in October, especially since I released. Well, I got to thank TuneCore, specifically TuneCore for they released the Sea Witch, and they released one of our narrations, where angels fear. There was I mean, I had to give a respected nod to the great Manly Wade Wellman, but the story was TuneCore. Thank y'all for releasing those. Also, thank you for they released a couple of singles. Y'all, if y'all haven't checked them out yet, uh, Necromancer is roaring, man. That was you can guess where it came, what it was influenced by. Robert Bloch's The Secret in the Tomb, and a lot of the Lovecraft stories on Necromancer. Curious Case of Charles Dexter Ward influenced the song. So I I started it with in dark verse. Hell, put about 80% of it in dark verse, and it just seemed to work. We shredded back, and it came with more of a gothic vibe. Everything's gothic rock, but this was like a heavy gothic, uh, uh, almost metal type gig going on with it. But it's doing pretty good. And then we released he never died. That was getting that one distributed, guys, was rough. I had put an ocean sequence in the beginning of the song. I had taken the shorter version of "He Never Died" for the for the Mariner of Caminata Pass. Remember, we had done that one as the intro narration, and I decided I wanted to write a better song, and I wanted to be more of a rock song than a. I mean, it's more of a melodramatic, melancholic kind of song when you with the original, and I wanted to give it more of a. I wanted to do a little bit of it's 8 years to the death of my father's tragic death, and I wanted to do something to show that, you know, wanted to give it a more of a rock edge, and also bring it full circle with the character Marty. And the song is, yeah, it does that. But I ran into a real pain in the ass trouble trying to get the damn thing distributed, because I had a freaking ocean sound at the beginning that they swore that it was a freaking that they were trying to say was from an AI, and it's from Canva. Canva's has live ocean sounds, so I had used the ocean sound to put in there. Just one of those things that goes to show you, even all these years later, you can have a free ocean sound, and these damn systems that they're using now, which is mind blowing ironic. They're using AI systems. These people right now that are going nuts about AI. They're using, all right, idiots. How are they detecting the AI? They're using AI systems to detect AI. So all you out there screaming and witch hunting people, writers that aren't using AI, but you're using it as a tool so you can leverage in and cut out your competition. I'm gonna go ahead and shut you down now. They're using AI, stupid, to do a lot of your stuff. So to do a lot of these screenings and all of that, and they're getting a lot of false flags. And I'm here to tell you, with that song, I went round and round with them and all of that, and explained everything and every detail about it and how it was written and how it was put out. So yeah, there's that. But anyway, strange times we're living in these days, you know. But as we as I said, King of the Gargoyles will be released this month. I'm doing simultaneously. I'm doing the narration recordings of it. That's why you're not seeing any recordings of the book on YouTube. I'm going to be recording and putting it on ACX. I've done that. I've done that for some clients before, man. If you guys ever need narration work for your books, yeah, hit me up. We did pretty good. You know, when I, as some of you already know, if I get your story and we need to work on it, we talk about it. You know, and I've done developmental editing and I've done copy editing in addition to ghostwriting. So you don't just get a narrator; you're getting all of the above. And I've done that for clients that had their work. They did the work and they did their book, but we needed to work on fixing things. So naturally, I start with the copy edit because you want to get the grammatical stuff out the way, and then we'll go back with developmental edit and structure. And if the story arc needs to be worked on, we'll do that. And before doing the narration work and all of that, I don't like putting out bad narrations, as y'all know. But the early days of this, yeah. Okay. Well, we got a couple of minutes left. Is there any questions? Yeah. Snails rule. I did a similar short story with leeches. I think the leeches would be a. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that one, but the leeches are gonna be more. I can do a lot more with leeches than snails. Everybody knows leeches, but I think I wanted to. Yeah, I was thinking about that the other night about maybe using that in something. Okay, guys. So we went over. Tonight we talked about and I read the I did review and analysis of I did a review and analysis of Richard Matheson's work. We read and we read an excerpt, and then I talked about why this was effective. And we went from Richard Matheson. I read Edgar Allan Poe's The Curious Case of M. Voldemort. Why it could be a vampire tale? Well, if you think about it, who's the vampire? Is it Voldemort or is it the physician who's managed to prolong his life and make him undead? That's where the argument comes in about vampires, you know, it being a vampire story. It's been put in a vampire collection. There's a couple of good. I think Marvin Kaye might have put it in. I think he might have put it in his Bloodsuckers. I'm not sure. Marvin Kaye's another one. You guys, I like the different horror collections and all authors. Marvin Kaye has done some incredible work on collections, guys. He only puts the best collections. I've read through. In fact, when I was a kid, when I was in the lab, that was the book I grabbed day in and day out if I wanted to be entertained by a classic horror. He did do a great job with that, and then many others that have come through the years that have done collections and all that, keeping the collections going. As far as that goes, we're gonna this week I'll be recording a couple of new vampire tales. Some stuff I've been wanting to get my hands on. I haven't gotten to Sheridan Lee Found You vampire just yet, but y'all know that's going to be coming and all of that. I think classic ghost stories. I think Tony Walker's definitely done a great job with recording that one. He got Dracula too, and all of it. Still love that, Tony. If you're watching or if you're out there, man, still love that freaking rejection letter. I had to read that one to one of them, our more esteemed writer buddies the other day. That comparison, man, to the Pulps and the Robert E. Howard, man, that was an epic rejection letter. So thank you for that one, man. Thank you for the feedback too. Yeah. If y'all didn't know, I submitted to Classic Ghost Stories. He had a competition. The story didn't fit. It was more of a haunted house story, and what I did was a forest horror with the guy Carnunos. So it was definitely an awesome experience. Submitting to one of the legends out there in the narration field. He's got a magazine out. Y'all should go check out. You know, Tony, if he's doing it and he's putting a magazine out, it's going to be great stuff. Just like if Ian's doing the same thing, you know they've read the stories and they know exactly which ones to put out with their teams and all. So yeah, definitely check out their channels too if you get a chance. Also, as far as booktubers, y'all know I'm going to give another shout out to Randy Ray and to Michael K. Vaughan. We don't always agree. Randy Ray is pretty much, I've aligned myself with. Randy Ray's got a great lease. He doesn't just talk about books, but he talks about the literature genres and he talks about life in general. So, yeah, you can learn a lot more than books from Randy Ray. Michael K. Vaughan, too. That maniac is doing a 500 book challenge, and I told him I'll give him a copy of The King of the Gargoyles signed when he finishes that 500 book. He's doing 500 books before he buys another book. So I think he's been doing that for years, reading almost 100 books a year. Yeah, he should finish up. I figure probably, hopefully, in the next couple of years or maybe sooner. He's getting on a tear lately. Yeah, there's other book people out there. Obviously, Liminal Spaces with Chris. Chris has just come back off of a road trip with the Pulps. Thanks, Chris, for showing me Marcel Schwab. That guy is incredible. That's the guy that I read just last week, guys. Also, it influenced my song King Leper. I haven't released Leper yet, but Leper's, y'all heard some of the excerpts in the. I've been advertising the song out and all of that. It's got a Jim Morrison kind of vibe to it. I wasn't planning that. I was just writing down lyrics and putting words together and arrangements. And when when it came out, it's like, damn, this sounds like Morrison, the Lizard King, which I'm more of a Lizard King than he is. A few bearded dragons around. But yeah, this was a great experience, guys. It was great talking with y'all and engaging with the audience. That's what I know we've been needing to do more author engagement, especially in this time of AI where these guys are throwing out slop and they're trying to do AI narrations and they're trying to put AI voices on stuff. I knew it was time to come out and do the mass. We'll still do narrations, but we needed to show the face more and get more. Show that there's a human actually doing this stuff. So I'm glad. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Uh, I'll definitely check on those stories, Thomas. Stephen, I'm going to go back and read those. Definitely reread the Aikman. Aikman is brilliant. I will agree there. There's nobody that writes like Robert Aikman. Too bad, man. Boy, we could use a Robert Aikman. We need some Robert Aikman now. I'm seeing too much of people trying to do the same garbage, and that might be. I hate to say it because they just had 9 Pulitzer Prize winners that got busted for using AI to write the Pulitzer Prize winning series. They couldn't recognize 9 of these people. I was shocked. Yeah. So, but if you guys are readers, so if you've read enough, yeah, the detection methods. Now it's more critical than ever that people read and discern more and be more discerning and be readers again. So yeah, we'll be continuing this. All right, guys, just typing in a last chat to y'all. Okay. Yeah, we went a little bit over, but I don't care. Like I said, we say 4 hours or more, but yeah, 4 hours is plenty. Uh, you guys have a great. Thanks for listening. Y'all have a great day.